Hey guys, let's listen to history. What ancient Egyptians ate every day. It was repetitive, relaxing history. The night is quiet. There is a soft stillness in the air, the kind that settles slowly over the land after a long day. The sky above is wide and dark, filled with distant stars that shine gently without urgency. Far below, along the calm and steady waters of the Nile, the world rests. You can almost hear the river breathing. It moves without hurry, just as it always has, slipping past the dark banks, touching fields that stretch out into the silence. The land here is soft and fertile, shaped by the slow rise and fall of water, by seasons that return again and again in a quiet rhythm. And somewhere, not far from the river's edge, there is a small village. The homes are simple. Low walls made of mud and straw. Roofs that hold the warmth of the day just a little longer before releasing it into the cool night air. Inside, families sleep close together, wrapped in stillness, their breathing slow and even. Everything is calm. Everything is at rest. But in just a little while, before the first light touches the horizon, the day will begin again. And when it does, it will begin in a way that feels very familiar, because for the people of ancient Egypt, life moved in patterns. Gentle, repeating patterns. Especially when it came to food. Their meals were not filled with endless variety. They did not change much from day to day. Instead, they were simple. Predictable. Quietly comforting. The same grains. The same bread. The same drink. Over and over again. And in that repetition, there was something steady. Something safe. Tonight, as the village sleeps, we begin to drift into their world. Not as visitors in a hurry, but as quiet observers, moving slowly through their days, noticing the small details that shape their lives. We will walk beside them. We will sit where they sit. We will eat what they eat. And as the river continues its slow journey through the darkness, we begin, at the very start of a new day. The first light comes softly. It does not rush across the sky. It spreads slowly, like a pale wash of color, touching the edges of the land with a faint glow. The stars begin to fade, one by one, as the sky turns from deep blue to something lighter, softer. The air is cool. There is a gentle chill that lingers from the night, resting lightly on the skin. The earth smells faintly of moisture, of soil that has held the river's water and the memory of past floods. In the village, the stillness begins to shift. A quiet movement here. A soft sound there. Someone stirs. Inside one of the small homes, a woman wakes before the others. Her movements are slow and practiced, guided by habit more than thought. She sits up carefully, listening for a moment to the silence around her. It is not complete silence. There is always something, a distant bird, the quiet rustle of dry reeds, the faint whisper of wind passing over the land. She rises. The floor beneath her feet is cool. Packed earth, smooth from years of use. She moves toward the doorway, where a faint light is beginning to form outside. This is how most days begin. Not with noise or urgency, but with quiet purpose. And one of the first thoughts of the day, as it has been for so many mornings before, is food. Not in a rushed or hungry way, but in a steady, expected way. Because breakfast, like every meal, will be very much the same as yesterday. And the day before that. And the day before that. Near the entrance of the home, there is a small space set aside for preparing food. It is simple. There are no large tools, no complex surfaces. Just a few essential things. A grinding stone. A clay oven nearby, outside in the open air. Some baskets, carefully placed, holding what little ingredients the household has. The woman kneels near the grinding stone. It is heavy and worn, its surface smooth from years of use. Beside it lies a smaller stone, shaped to fit comfortably in the hands. She reaches for a basket. Inside, there is grain. This grain is the center of everything. It is the foundation of their meals, the quiet constant in their lives. Without it, there is little. With it, there is enough. Most often, it is emmer wheat or barley. These grains have been harvested from the fields that stretch along the Nile. Fields that depend entirely on the river's yearly flooding, which brings rich, dark soil and the promise of another season. The grain is not finely processed. It is whole, rough, filled with small bits of husk and dust from the fields. But it is what they have, and it is what they use. Every day, the woman takes a small amount and places it onto the flat surface of the grinding stone. Then, slowly, she begins to grind. The movement is steady. Forward. Press. Back. Forward. Press. Back. The sound is soft but constant. A low, gentle scraping that fills the quiet morning air. It is not a quick task. Grinding grain takes time. It takes effort. It requires patience. And it is done like this almost every single day. Her hands move with quiet rhythm. Her body leans slightly with each motion. The grain begins to break down, turning slowly into a coarse flour. It is not smooth like modern flour. It is uneven, gritty. Sometimes small bits of stone mix in from the grinding surface. But it will become bread. And bread is everything. Outside, the sky continues to brighten. Other homes begin to wake. You can hear the faint sounds now, more movement, soft voices, footsteps on dry earth. A door opening. A child stirring. And from many homes, the same sound begins to rise. Grinding. Dozens of small, quiet grinding stones, each with their own steady rhythm, creating a kind of soft, collective sound across the village. It is the sound of morning. The sound of preparation. The sound of a life built on repetition. Back inside, the flower is slowly forming. The woman pauses for a moment, brushing a small amount together with her fingers. She checks the texture, feeling it between her skin. It is ready. Not perfect, but ready. She transfers it into a small clay bowl. Then, she adds water. Just enough. There are no precise measurements. No careful calculations. Only experience. She mixes it with her hands. The dough forms slowly, sticking slightly to her fingers. It is thick, heavy, simple. No added flavors. No sweetness. Just grain and water. Sometimes, if the household has a little more, they may add something extra. A bit of salt. Perhaps a small amount of oil. But often, it is just this. Plain. Reliable. Enough. Outside, the clay oven is already holding a bit of warmth from previous use. She moves toward it, carrying the dough. The oven is simple as well. Made from clay, shaped into a rounded form that holds heat inside. Fuel is limited, so every use is careful, measured. She shapes the dough into flat pieces. Not perfectly even. Not carefully measured. Just formed by hand, pressed gently, and placed against the inner surface of the oven. The heat begins to work. Slowly. Quietly. The smell of baking bread begins to rise. It is a soft smell. Warm. Earthy. Familiar. It drifts through the air, mixing with the cool morning breeze. Across the village, the same smell appears again and again. Bread. Always bread. But bread is not the only thing prepared in the morning. There is also drink. A drink that is just as important. Perhaps even more so. Beer. But not the kind of beer one might imagine. This beer is thick. Cloudy. Almost like a liquid bread. It is made from the same grains, often using leftover bread that is broken down and mixed with water, then left to ferment. The process is simple. And it is repeated often. Inside the home, a clay jar sits in the corner. It is filled with this mixture. The woman checks it briefly. It has been prepared earlier, left to sit, to change slowly over time. It does not become strong in the way modern drinks do, but it provides nourishment. It provides hydration. It is safe to drink. Safer, often, than the river water itself. And so, like bread, it is part of every day. Morning, midday, evening. Beer is always there. The bread finishes baking. She removes it carefully. It is rough. The surface is firm, slightly cracked. The inside is dense, not light or soft. Small bits of grain remain, adding texture. It is not delicate food. It is not meant to be. It is meant to sustain. Inside, the family begins to wake fully. Children sit up slowly, rubbing their eyes. A man rises, stretching quietly after sleep. There are no long conversations. No loud greetings. Just the soft beginning of another day. The bread is placed before them. Shared. Broken by hand. There are no plates. No utensils. Just hands and simple clay bowls. They eat slowly. The taste is plain. But it is known. It is expected. And in that expectation, there is comfort. Sometimes, if the household is fortunate, there may be something extra. A small onion. A piece of garlic. Perhaps a few dates. These are not everyday items for everyone. They appear occasionally, adding a slight change to the meal. A bit of sharpness from the onion. A gentle sweetness from the dates. But even these small additions do not change the overall pattern. Bread. Beer. Again and again. The morning continues. The sun rises higher, bringing warmth to the land. The cool air begins to fade. The village becomes more active. People move toward the fields, toward their work. But the feeling of the morning meal remains. Simple. Quiet. Repetitive. And deeply woven into the rhythm of life. And so, as the day begins to unfold, we stay close to this rhythm. We move slowly with it. We do not rush ahead. Because in ancient Egypt, the story of food is not a story of variety or surprise. It is a story of repetition. Of small, steady acts done every day. Of hands grinding grain. Of dough shaped in silence. Of bread baked in clay ovens. Of beer resting in jars. And of people who live their lives within this gentle, unchanging pattern. The sun climbs a little higher now. The morning deepens. And as we continue, we begin to follow the people of this village out into the fields, where the story of their food truly begins. But for now, we remain in this quiet moment. The taste of bread still lingering. The soft warmth of morning settling over the land. And the steady rhythm of life, continuing, just as it always has. The morning light settles gently across the land. It does not arrive all at once. It spreads slowly, touching the tops of the fields first, then slipping down into the narrow paths between them. The air begins to warm, but it is still soft, still calm, still holding a quiet memory of the night. The village is now fully awake. Footsteps move across the ground in steady patterns. Doors open and close. Voices rise softly, never too loud, never rushed. Everything moves with a quiet sense of purpose, as if each person already knows exactly what the day will bring. Because, in many ways, they do. Life here does not change quickly. It follows a rhythm shaped by the river, by the seasons, and by the simple needs of each day. And at the center of it all is food, not as something exciting or new, but as something constant. Something that must be prepared again and again, in the same careful way. After the morning meal, the work begins. Beyond the village, the fields stretch out toward the Nile. They are not wild fields. They are carefully shaped, divided into sections by low ridges of earth. These ridges help guide the water when the river rises, allowing it to spread slowly across the land, soaking deep into the soil. The soil here is dark, soft, rich with life. It is this soil, brought by the flooding of the Nile each year, that makes everything possible. Without it, there would be no grain. And without grain, there would be no bread, no beer, no steady rhythm of meals. A man walks slowly along one of the narrow paths between the fields. His feet are bare, pressing lightly into the earth. The ground is still slightly cool beneath him, though the warmth of the sun is beginning to grow. In his hands, he carries simple tools. Nothing complex. A wooden hoe. A small sickle with a curved blade. These tools are used again and again, repaired when needed, passed down over time. They are part of the same quiet repetition as everything else. The fields themselves are filled with grain. Tall stalks of barley and emmer wheat move gently in the morning breeze. Their soft rustling creates a low, steady sound, like a whisper that never fully fades. This is where the food begins. Not in the home. Not in the oven. But here, in the open fields, under the wide sky. The man steps into the field. He pauses for a moment, looking over the grain. There is no hurry. There is never much hurry. Because the work is always there, waiting. It does not disappear. It does not change suddenly. It simply continues. He bends slightly and begins his task. Cutting. Gathering. Moving slowly through the rows. The sickle moves in a gentle curve, slicing through the stalks with a soft, dry sound. The grain is gathered into small bundles, tied loosely, and set aside. Each movement is repeated. Again. And again. And again. There is no need to think too much about it. The body remembers. The hands know what to do. Around him, others work in the same way. Men and women both move through the fields, each in their own space, each following the same quiet rhythm. There is little talking. Only the occasional word, spoken softly, carried away by the breeze. The sun rises higher. The light becomes stronger. The shadows shorten. And still, the work continues. This is the work that feeds the village. It is slow. It is steady. And it must be done every season, without fail. Because the grain they gather now will become the food of many days ahead. It will be stored carefully, protected as best as possible, and used little by little. There is no excess. No large variety. Only what is needed. only what can be grown. As the morning moves forward, the heat begins to settle in more deeply. The air becomes heavier. The breeze softens. The workers slow slightly, not from laziness, but from the natural weight of the day. And at some point, without any signal or announcement, the pace of work begins to shift. It is time to pause. The workers move toward the edges of the fields. Some find small patches of shade near low trees or simple structures made of reeds. Others sit directly on the ground, where the earth still holds a bit of coolness beneath the surface. They settle quietly. There is no rush to speak. No urgency to begin eating. Just a moment of stillness. A pause in the steady rhythm. From small cloth wrappings or simple baskets, they take out their food. And once again, it is familiar. Bread. Always bread. The same rough, dense loaves prepared earlier in the morning. Carried carefully from the village, sometimes wrapped in cloth, sometimes simply held by hand. They break it apart. Slowly. Without ceremony. There may also be beer. Carried in small jars, sealed lightly, opened with care. The liquid inside is thick, cloudy, with bits of grain still floating within it. It is not clear. It is not smooth. But it is nourishing. It fills the stomach. It cools the body, just a little. Sometimes, there is something more. A small handful of vegetables. Onions are common. They grow well and store easily. Garlic too. Strong in taste, simple to carry. There may be leeks, or perhaps a few lentils that have been cooked earlier and brought along. But these are small additions. They do not replace the bread. They do not change the meal in any large way. They simply sit beside it. The workers eat quietly. The sound of chewing is soft. The occasional sip of beer. The gentle rustle of cloth or basket. Above them, the sky is wide and bright. The sun now stands higher, casting a steady light over everything. There is no rush to finish. But there is also no lingering. Because the work will continue. It always does. After some time, the food is gone. The bread has been eaten. The jars are lighter. The small additions, if there were any, have been shared. And slowly, one by one, the workers begin to rise. They brush the dust from their hands. They gather their tools. And without needing to speak it aloud, they return to the fields. The afternoon stretches ahead. Long. Warm. Steady. And the work resumes. Back in the village, the rhythm is different, but no less steady. Those who remain, often women, the elderly, and young children, continue their own tasks. There is always something to be done. Always something to prepare. Inside the homes, more grain is brought out. More grinding begins. The same movement as the morning. Forward. Press. Back. Forward. Press. Back. The sound returns, filling the quiet spaces between the walls. It is a sound that never truly disappears. Because as soon as one batch of flour is used, another must be prepared. For the next meal. For the next day. For the continuing cycle. A young child sits nearby, watching. At first, just observing. The movement of the hands. The way the grain slowly changes form. The rhythm of the work. Over time, the child will learn. Will try. Will take part. Because this knowledge is not written down. It is not taught in words. It is passed through repetition. Through watching. Through doing. Outside, the clay ovens are prepared again. Fuel is gathered carefully, dry reeds, bits of wood, anything that will burn steadily without being wasted. The ovens are small, but they hold heat well. And soon, once again, the smell of baking bread will rise into the air. The same smell as the morning. The same smell as yesterday. And the day before that. As the sun begins its slow movement toward the west, the light softens slightly. The harsh brightness fades into something warmer. Long shadows begin to stretch across the ground. And the village prepares, quietly, for the evening. But the food will not change. Not in any significant way. There will be bread. There will be beer. There may be small additions, depending on what is available. But the pattern remains. Always the same. Always steady. And in that steadiness, there is something almost comforting. No uncertainty. No constant change. Just a simple, repeating cycle. Morning bread. Midday bread. Evening bread. As the day slowly moves toward its end, the land begins to cool once more. The heat lifts gently from the earth. The breeze returns, soft and quiet. And the people of the village begin to gather again, returning from the fields, from their tasks, from the long stretch of the day. They carry with them the same quiet presence, the same steady rhythm. And soon, they will sit once more, just as they did in the morning, to share another simple meal. One that feels very familiar. One that asks for nothing more than what they already have. The light continues to fade. And the story of their food continues with it, slow, steady, and unchanging. The light of the afternoon softens as it slowly begins to fade. It does not disappear quickly. It lingers for a while, stretching itself across the land in long, quiet shadows. The warmth of the day begins to ease, lifting gently from the ground, leaving behind a softer kind of heat, one that feels less heavy, less demanding. In the fields, the work begins to slow. Not all at once, and not with any signal. It simply happens. The steady rhythm of cutting, gathering, and moving through the grain becomes a little more relaxed. The body, having worked for many hours, begins to feel the quiet weight of effort. Arms grow slower. Steps become softer. The man in the field straightens his back for a moment. He rests the sickle at his side and looks out across the land. The grain moves gently in the evening breeze, its soft rustling returning once more. The sound is familiar. It has been there all day, constant and calm. There is no need to rush now. The day is already complete in its own way. And so, one by one, the workers begin to gather their tools. Bundles of cut grain are left neatly in small groups, ready to be carried later. Nothing is wasted. Nothing is left without purpose. The path back to the village begins to fill with quiet movement. Bare feet press into the dry earth, lifting small traces of dust that settle quickly behind each step. The air carries a faint smell of soil, grain, and the distant sweetness of the river. No one speaks much. There is no need. The day has already said everything it needed to say. Back in the village, the evening has already begun to take shape. The homes, still simple and low, now hold a softer light inside them. The brightness of the day no longer fills the space. Instead, there is a warm dimness, a calm, enclosed feeling. The clay ovens are once again warm. They have been prepared quietly, just as they were in the morning. Fuel has been placed carefully inside. The heat builds slowly, never rushed, never wasted. And once again, dough has been shaped. The same dough. The same mixture of ground grain and water. Nothing new. Nothing unexpected. A woman stands near the oven, her hands moving in the same practiced way. She presses the dough gently, shaping it into flat rounds. Each piece is slightly different, but all are close enough. Perfection is not needed here. Only consistency. She places them against the inner surface of the oven. The heat begins its quiet work. And soon, the familiar smell begins to rise again. Warm. Earthy. Steady. It drifts out into the narrow spaces between homes, mixing with the cooling air of the evening. Across the village, this same smell appears again and again, like a shared breath. Children move more freely now. The work of the day does not rest on them in the same way. Their steps are lighter, their movements softer but less measured. They wander between homes, sometimes sitting near the ovens, watching the bread as it bakes. They know this process well. They have seen it every day. And yet, they still watch. The quiet glow inside the oven. The slow change of dough into something firm and ready. There is comfort in watching something so familiar unfold again. Inside one home, a small jar is opened. The beer prepared earlier is ready. It has rested for some time, changing slowly in its container. The grains have softened, the liquid thickened, the taste settled into something mild and nourishing. It is poured carefully into simple cups. The texture is heavy. It moves slowly. It is not clear like water. But it is filling. And it is safe. As the sun lowers further, the sky begins to change. The bright blue fades into softer tones, pale gold, light orange, then slowly deeper shades as the day moves toward night. The village feels quieter now. Not silent, but calm. The kind of calm that comes after a long day of steady work. Families begin to gather. Inside homes or just outside their doorways, they sit close together. There are no large tables. No elaborate arrangements. Just the ground. A simple mat, perhaps. Or nothing at all. The bread is brought forward. Still warm. Still carrying the soft smell of the oven. It is placed within reach of everyone. And once again, it is broken by hand. The evening meal is not very different from the morning. Or from the midday pause in the fields. It is the same pattern, returning once more. Bread. Beer. And sometimes, something small beside it. Tonight, there may be a few onions. Their outer layers dry and thin, their inner flesh sharp and strong in taste. They are peeled slowly. Shared in small pieces. The flavor is simple, but it brings a slight change to the meal. A small variation in a very steady rhythm. Perhaps there are also a few dates. Soft. Dark. Gently sweet. They are not always available, but when they are eaten slowly. Savored in a quiet way. Their sweetness lingers just a little longer than the bread. But even this does not change the meal very much. It remains simple. It remains familiar. The family eats together. There is little talking. Only soft words, spoken now and then. The sound of hands breaking bread. The quiet movement of chewing. A slow sip of beer. Everything happens without urgency. There is no need to hurry. The day is ending. Outside, the light continues to fade. The sky deepens into darker shades. The first stars begin to appear again, just as they did the night before. The air cools. A gentle breeze moves through the village, carrying away the last warmth of the day. After the meal, there is no large activity. No long tasks waiting. Only small things. A bit of cleaning. A quiet conversation. A moment of rest. The tools used for the meal are simple. Clay bowls are rinsed lightly. Hands are wiped clean. The remaining bread, if there is any, is set aside carefully. Nothing is thrown away. Nothing is wasted. Because everything requires effort. Everything comes from the same slow cycle of work. The village settles again. The same way it did the night before. The same way it will again tomorrow. Inside the homes, People begin to lie down, close together. The air inside is still warm, but comfortable. The sounds of the outside world grow softer. The breeze continues, gentle and steady. The river, not far away, moves quietly through the darkness. And as sleep begins to return, the pattern of the day closes in a calm, familiar way. Morning bread, midday bread, evening bread. Nothing changes quickly here. Days move into one another, almost without edges. The same meals, the same work, the same quiet rhythms. But within that repetition, life continues. Steady, unbroken, reliable. And as the night deepens, and the village rests once more, the cycle prepares to begin again. The grain will be ground. The dough will be shaped. The bread will be baked. The beer will be poured. Always the same. Always enough. The stars settle into the sky. The air grows cooler. And slowly, gently, the world drifts back into silence, waiting for another quiet morning to arrive. The night holds everything in a soft, quiet stillness. There is no sudden silence, no sharp ending to the sounds of the day. Instead, everything fades gently. The voices grow quieter. The small movements inside the home settle into stillness. Even the breeze seems to move more slowly, as if it, too, is resting. Above the village, the sky stretches wide and dark. The stars are clear tonight. They do not flicker or rush. They simply remain, distant and steady, just as they have been for as long as anyone here can remember. Below them, the Nile continues its quiet journey. It flows without interruption, touching the edges of the land, shaping the fields, carrying with it the memory of distant places. Its sound is soft, almost like a whisper, barely noticeable unless one listens carefully. And in the village, sleep settles over everything. Inside the homes, families rest close together. The walls, made from mud and straw, hold the warmth of the day just a little longer before releasing it slowly into the night air. The ground beneath them is firm but familiar, shaped over time by countless nights just like this one. Breathing is slow, even, peaceful. There are no long thoughts of tomorrow. No need to wonder what will come. Because tomorrow will be much like today. And the day before that. As the hours pass, the night deepens. The air cools further, becoming almost still. Time moves quietly here. It is not measured in numbers or marked by anything loud or sudden. It passes in the gentle shift of darkness, in the slow turning of the sky. And eventually, without anyone noticing the exact moment, the night begins to soften. Far in the distance, the faintest hint of light returns. It is barely there at first. A pale suggestion along the edge of the horizon. The stars begin to fade once more, just as they always do, giving way to the slow arrival of morning. Inside the village, the first small movements begin again. A shift in position. A quiet breath. Someone wakes. It is the same woman as before. Her eyes open slowly, adjusting to the dim light. For a moment, she remains still, listening. The world is quiet again, just as it was yesterday morning. The same soft sounds. The same gentle stillness. She rises carefully. The air is cool against her skin. The ground beneath her feet feels familiar. There is no hesitation. No uncertainty. Her body already knows what to do. Because this morning, like all others, begins with the same task. Preparing food. Near the entrance of the home, the grinding stone waits. It has not moved. It rests exactly where it was left, its surface holding the marks of yesterday's work. Beside it, the basket of grain remains. Carefully stored. Protected. Because this grain is precious. It is not endless. It must last. She kneels once more. The motion is slow, practiced. She reaches into the basket, her fingers brushing against the rough texture of the grain. Each small piece holds the effort of many days, the planting, the tending, the harvesting, the carrying. All of it leads back to this moment. She places the grain onto the stone. And once again, the grinding begins. Forward. Press. Back. Forward. Press. Back. The sound returns, soft and steady, filling the quiet air of the early morning. It is the same sound as yesterday. And the day before. A sound that never fully leaves this place. Outside, the sky continues to brighten. The light grows slowly, gently touching the edges of the homes, the narrow paths, the open spaces between them. Other homes begin to stir. More people wake. More grinding stones begin their quiet rhythm. Across the village, the same soft sound rises again. A shared beginning. Inside, the grain slowly becomes flour. It is not smooth. It is not fine. But it is enough. The woman gathers it carefully, brushing it into a small clay bowl. Her hands move without hesitation. There is no need to think about each step. The process lives within her, carried through repetition, through years of doing the same thing again and again. Water is added. Just enough. The dough forms slowly beneath her fingers. Thick. Heavy. Simple. There are no extra ingredients today. No salt. No oil. Just grain and water. As it has been so many times before. She rises and steps outside. The air is still cool, but the warmth of the coming day is already beginning to form. The clay oven waits, holding a faint memory of heat. It is prepared again, just as it was yesterday. Fuel is placed inside. A small fire is started. The warmth builds slowly, carefully. Nothing is rushed. Nothing is wasted. She shapes the dough into flat rounds, each one slightly uneven, each one formed by hand. And one by one, they are placed inside the oven. The smell returns. Warm, earthy, familiar. It drifts into the morning air, spreading gently through the village. From one home to another, the same smell rises, creating a quiet connection between them all. Inside, the family begins to wake. Children sit up slowly. A man stretches, his movements calm and unhurried. There is no need for urgency. The day will unfold as it always does. The bread is brought inside. Still warm. Still simple. It is placed before them. And once again, the meal begins. Hands reach out. Bread is broken. Shared. Eaten slowly. There is beer as well. Poured from a clay jar. Thick. Cloudy. Nourishing. It moves slowly as it is poured, settling into cups with a soft sound. The meal is quiet. There is no rush. No change. Just the same steady pattern. Outside, the sun rises higher. The sky brightens fully. The day begins again. And once more, the cycle continues. The same steps. The same food. The same quiet rhythm. Morning bread. Midday bread. Evening bread. It does not change. Not quickly. Not often. But within this repetition, there is something steady. Something grounding. A life built not on variety, but on consistency. As the meal comes to an end, the family prepares once again for the day ahead. The tools will be gathered. The fields will call. The work will continue. And the story of their food, simple, repetitive, and constant, moves forward with them, just as it always has. The sun climbs gently into the sky. The warmth returns. And the village begins another quiet day, shaped by the same patterns, the same meals, the same steady rhythm that never truly changes. The morning grows a little brighter with each passing moment. The soft golden light settles fully across the village now, resting gently on the walls of the homes, on the narrow paths, on the quiet spaces where the day is beginning once again. The coolness of early dawn slowly lifts, replaced by a mild warmth that feels steady and familiar. There is no sudden change. Only a gradual shift. After the morning meal, the movement begins again. Just as it did yesterday. And the day before that. Men step out toward the fields, carrying their simple tools. Women remain near the homes, continuing the quiet work that never truly ends. Children drift between both worlds, sometimes following, sometimes staying close. Everything flows in a pattern that feels almost unbroken. In one corner of the village, near a small open space, there are large clay jars. They are placed carefully against a wall, partly shaded from the sun. Their surfaces are rough, shaped by hand, marked with faint lines and small imperfections. These jars hold something important. Grain. The grain harvested from the fields does not all become food at once. It is stored, protected, saved for later. Because the cycle of the Nile, though steady, does not provide endlessly without care. There are times of abundance, and times when the stores must last. A woman walks toward the jars. Her steps are slow and measured. She carries a small woven basket, empty for now. She kneels beside one of the jars and removes its covering. Inside, the grain rests in quiet stillness. Thousands of small pieces, each one a part of the larger rhythm of life. She reaches in and gathers a portion. Not too much. Just enough for what is needed. There is always an awareness of balance. Taking only what can be used. Leaving enough for later. The basket fills slowly. The sound of grain shifting against itself is soft, almost like a dry whisper. When she is finished, she replaces the covering carefully. Nothing is left open. Nothing is exposed longer than necessary. This careful handling of food is part of the same quiet repetition. Not only in eating, but in preserving. In thinking ahead. In making sure that tomorrow will still have something to offer. Nearby, another woman prepares lentils. They are small, round, simple. Not always available in large amounts, but present enough to be part of the daily rhythm from time to time. She pours them into a clay pot, adds water, and places the pot near a small fire. The cooking is slow. There is no rushing the heat. The fire is gentle. The lentils soften gradually, their texture changing as the minutes pass. A faint smell begins to rise. Earthy. Warm. Subtle. This will not replace the bread. Nothing replaces the bread. But it will sit beside it, adding something small. Something different. In another part of the village, a man prepares fishing tools. Though grain is the foundation of daily meals, the Nile offers other things as well. Fish. Not every day. Not in large amounts for everyone. But sometimes. He carries a simple net, woven by hand. Its threads are not perfectly even, but they are strong enough. He walks slowly toward the river. The path is familiar, worn down by many footsteps over time. The Nile is calm this morning. Its surface reflects the growing light, creating a soft shimmer that moves gently with the current. The air near the water feels slightly cooler, more open. The man steps closer to the edge. He pauses for a moment, watching the surface. Then, with a slow motion, he casts the net. It spreads outward, landing softly on the water. There is no splash, no sudden movement. Just a quiet settling. Fishing, like everything else here, is patient. It is not rushed. It is not certain. Sometimes the net returns with fish. Sometimes it does not. Back in the village, the day continues. Grinding stones move once again. The steady rhythm returns. Forward. Press. Back. Forward. Press. Back. The sound blends with other small sounds of the day. A child's quiet voice. The soft crackle of fire. The gentle movement of wind. Time passes slowly. But it does not feel slow. Because each moment is filled with familiar action. There is always something to do. Always something to prepare. As the sun rises higher, the warmth deepens. The shade becomes more important. People move carefully, adjusting their tasks to the growing heat. The lentils are ready now. Soft. Simple. They are stirred gently. A bit of water remains, forming a thin, mild broth. There are no strong spices. No complex flavors. Just the natural taste of the food itself. The pot is set aside. Covered lightly. Saved for the next meal. The man at the river begins to gather his net. Slowly pulling it back toward him. The water drips quietly from the threads. There are a few small fish caught within it. Not many. But enough to matter. He removes them carefully. Places them in a small container. There is no expression of excitement. No visible change. Just quiet acceptance. This is what the river has given today. He returns to the village at a steady pace. The fish will be shared. Prepared simply. Perhaps roasted. Perhaps dried. They will not change the overall pattern of the meal. But they will sit beside it. A small addition. A brief variation. As midday approaches, the light becomes stronger. The heat settles more firmly over the land. And once again, the rhythm of the day begins to shift toward a pause. In the fields, the workers slow. In the village, the preparations come together. Bread is ready. Lentils are brought forward. Perhaps a small fish or two. People gather. Sit. Rest. Eat. The same quiet movements. The same steady pattern. Bread is broken. Lentils are shared. A piece of fish, divided carefully. Beer is poured. The meal is simple. It does not last long. But it is enough. There is no excess. No fullness beyond what is needed. Only balance. Only continuation. After the meal, the pause ends gently. People rise again. Return to their work. And just like that, the day continues forward. Not in a rush. Not with urgency. But with the same quiet rhythm that carries everything here. The grain will be ground again. The bread will be baked again. The same steps. The same food. Always returning. Always repeating. And as the sun continues its slow path across the sky, the village moves with it, steady, calm, and unchanged. The afternoon settles slowly over the land. The sun now stands high, its light steady and wide, covering the fields, the village, and the quiet path that leads to the river. The warmth is no longer gentle. It rests more heavily now, pressing softly against the skin, encouraging slower movement, quieter effort. Nothing stops. But everything softens. In the fields, the work continues, though at a different pace. The man moves between the rows of grain, his steps more measured now. The sickle still rises and falls, but with longer pauses in between. The bundles of grain are gathered carefully, placed together in small groups that will later be carried away. The air is still. Even the breeze seems to have stepped back for a while. Only the faint sound of dry stalks brushing together remains. He pauses again. This time a little longer. His eyes move slowly across the land. The fields stretch outward, filled with the same grain that has always been there, growing season after season, feeding the village in its quiet, dependable way. There is no sense of hurry. Because there is always more to do. And always another day. Back in the village, the afternoon carries its own rhythm. The shade has become more important now. People gather closer to the sides of their homes, where the walls block the strongest light. The ground there is cooler, holding a faint memory of the night. Inside one home, the lentils prepared earlier are uncovered again. The surface has settled. The warmth remains, though softer now. A woman stirs them gently. The motion is slow, almost thoughtful, though it requires no real thought. Just repetition. Nearby, the small fish brought from the river are being prepared. They are not large. Their bodies are simple, their scales faintly reflecting the light. There is no complicated process. They are cleaned carefully. Rinsed. Then placed near a small fire. The fire is not strong. It does not burn quickly. It moves slowly, just enough to cook the fish without wasting fuel. A faint smell begins to rise. Light. Dry. A quiet reminder of the river. This is not an everyday meal. Fish comes and goes. Some days there is none at all. Other days, just a little. But today, there is enough to share. In another corner, the grinding continues. It never fully stops. Even after the morning work, even after the midday meal, more flour must be prepared. Because the cycle does not pause. It flows forward without interruption. A younger woman now works at the grinding stone. Her movements are steady, though slightly less practiced. forward, press, back, forward, press, back. Beside her, an older woman watches quietly, not correcting, not instructing with words, only observing. Because learning here does not come from explanation. It comes from doing. From repeating the same action until it becomes part of the body. The sound of the grinding stone blends with the soft crackle of fire, with the distant movement of people in the fields, with the quiet presence of the afternoon itself. Time moves gently. There is no sharp edge to it. No clear moment where one part ends and another begins. Everything flows together. The lentils are portioned into small bowls. The fish is removed from the fire, set aside carefully. The bread, baked earlier, waits nearby. Soon, without any signal, people begin to gather again. Not all at once. One by one. Returning from the fields. Stepping out from shaded spaces. Moving slowly toward the shared moment of eating. The sun has begun its slow descent now. Though still bright, there is a subtle shift in the light. A softening. A quiet promise that the day will not last forever. They sit, as they always do, close together, simple, without arrangement. The bread is brought forward first, always first. It is the center of the meal, the constant, the part that never changes. Hands reach out, breaking it into pieces, sharing it evenly. The lentils follow, scooped gently, their texture soft, their taste mild. Then the fish, small pieces, carefully divided, given without ceremony, accepted without comment. Beer is poured, thick, cloudy, filling the cups with a quiet heaviness. They eat, slowly, without urgency, without variation. The fish adds something small, a slight difference, a brief change in taste. But it does not alter the rhythm, because the rhythm is deeper than any one meal. It is built over time, over repetition, over days that feel the same as the ones before. The meal ends as it always does, gradually, without a clear finish. People simply stop eating when they have had enough. The bowls are set aside. The hands are wiped clean. The remaining food, if there is any, is saved. Nothing is wasted. A quiet stillness returns for a moment. A pause. Not long, but noticeable. Then, slowly, movement begins again. Some return to small tasks. Others rest. Children drift into their own quiet activities. The sun continues its slow descent. The shadows grow longer. The The air begins to shift once more. In the fields, the work is ending. Tools are gathered. Bundles of grain are prepared to be carried back. The pace is slower now. Not from effort, but from the natural closing of the day. The man lifts a bundle onto his shoulder. Its weight is familiar. Not easy, but known. He walks back toward the village. The path is the same as always. The ground beneath his feet unchanged. As he approaches, the village feels calm, settled, wrapped in the soft light of the late afternoon. Soon, the ovens will be prepared again. The dough will be shaped again. The bread will bake again. And the evening will arrive just as gently as the morning did. The cycle does not break. It does not rush forward. It simply continues. Bread. Beer. Sometimes lentils. Sometimes fish. Always simple. Always steady. And as the light begins to fade once more, the village prepares quietly for another evening, another meal, another gentle return to the same familiar pattern. The evening light stretches gently across the village. It arrives slowly, as it always does, softening the edges of everything it touches. The bright heat of the afternoon begins to fade, leaving behind a quieter warmth that rests lightly on the ground, on the walls of the homes, and on the still air between them. The shadows grow longer now. They move across the earth without sound, reaching into the narrow spaces, slipping along the pathways, and settling into corners where the light no longer lingers. There is no sudden change. Only a quiet easing. From the fields, the last of the workers return. Their steps are steady, their movements calm. They carry what they have gathered, small bundles of grain held carefully, not rushed, not dropped, not wasted. The path back to the village feels familiar beneath their feet. It is the same path walked every day. The same distance. The same quiet return. As they enter the village, the air feels different. Cooler. Softer. There is a sense of the day closing, not with any clear ending, but with a gradual settling into stillness. Near the homes, the clay ovens are already being prepared again. The process does not change. It never does. Fuel is gathered in small amounts, placed carefully. A fire is lit. Slowly. Gently. Inside one home, the dough is being shaped once more. The grain that was ground earlier in the day has become flour, and now it is mixed again with water. The hands that work the dough move without hesitation. They have done this so many times that the movement feels almost like breathing. The dough is thick, heavy, plain. It carries no extra flavor. No decoration. Only the quiet purpose of becoming bread. Outside, the first pieces are placed into the oven. The heat wraps around them. Slowly baking. Transforming. The smell returns again. That same warm, earthy scent. It fills the air gently, drifting from one home to another, blending together until it becomes part of the evening itself. Across the village, others are doing the same. The same dough. The same ovens. The same smell. Children sit nearby, watching. Some rest quietly. Others move slowly between the spaces, their energy softer now, guided by the calm of the evening. They know what is coming. They have seen it every day. In another home, a small amount of vegetables is being prepared. There are onions again. Their outer layers are dry, easy to peel. Their scent is sharp, but not overwhelming. A woman slices them slowly. There is no hurry. No need to rush the process. The pieces are placed into a small bowl. Nearby, there may be a handful of greens. Simple leaves. Not carefully arranged. Not seasoned in complex ways. Just washed, perhaps, and set aside. These small additions come and go. They are never the center. Only a quiet companion to the bread. The beer is also ready. It has rested long enough. The jar is opened. The thick liquid inside shifts slowly. It is poured carefully. Into small cups. Each one filled just enough. The light outside continues to fade. The sky moves through its quiet colors. From soft gold to deeper shades of orange, then slowly toward the calm blue of evening. Families begin to gather again. Not all at once. Not with any signal. Just a natural movement. A quiet understanding. They sit close together. Inside or just outside their homes. Wherever the air feels most comfortable. The bread is brought forward. Still warm from the oven. Still carrying that familiar smell. Hands reach out. Breaking it. Sharing it. The onions are passed around. Small pieces taken. Eaten alongside the bread. Their sharpness adds a brief change. A moment of difference. The greens, if there are any, are shared in the same way. Simple. Unadorned. The beer is sipped slowly. Its thickness filling, steady. There is no rush to eat. No large hunger driving the meal forward. Only the quiet continuation of the day. The sounds are soft. The tearing of bread. The quiet chewing. The gentle movement of cups. Occasionally, a voice speaks. Low. Calm. Then fades again. Above them, the sky deepens. The first stars begin to appear once more. Just as they did the night before. And the night before that. The air cools gradually. A soft breeze moves through the village, carrying the last warmth of the day away. The meal continues slowly. There is no clear beginning. No clear end. Only a steady presence. And when it is finished, it ends quietly. No announcement. No final moment. People simply stop. The remaining pieces of bread are set aside. Saved. Protected. The bowls are cleaned gently. Hands are wiped. Everything returned to its place. A calm stillness returns. A pause. Children settle closer to their families. Their movements slower now. Their voices quieter. The adults rest. Some sit in silence. Others exchange a few soft words. There is nothing more that needs to be done today. The work is finished. The meals have been shared. The cycle has completed another quiet turn. The night deepens. The stars grow brighter. The river continues its soft movement in the distance. Inside the homes, people begin to lie down. The ground beneath them still warm. The air comfortable. Breathing slows. The body relaxes. The mind quiets. And once again, the village drifts into sleep. Tomorrow will come. Slowly. Gently. Just like today. The grain will be ground. The dough will be shaped. The bread will bake. The beer will be poured. The same food. The same rhythm. The same quiet repetition. Nothing changes. Not quickly. Not loudly. Only the steady passing of days. One into another. And as the night settles fully over the land, everything becomes still once more, held softly in the calm, unbroken rhythm of life along the Nile. The night rests gently over the land once more. There is a deep quiet now, but it is not empty. It is filled with soft, steady things. The slow movement of the river. The faint whisper of wind across dry earth. The distant, almost unnoticeable shifting of reeds along the Nile's edge. The village sleeps. Each home holds its own stillness, its own quiet rhythm of breathing. The walls, shaped from mud and straw, keep the warmth close for a little while longer before slowly giving it back to the cooling air. Time passes without sound. There is no need to measure it. The night simply moves forward, as it always does. Above, the stars remain steady. They do not rush across the sky. They drift slowly, almost unnoticed, holding their places in the wide darkness. Below, nothing changes. Everything rests. And then, just as before, the first hint of morning begins again. A faint light. Soft. Barely there. The air shifts. The darkness loosens its hold. And quietly, gently, the cycle begins once more. Inside the village, the first small movement returns. A slight stir. A breath drawn a little deeper. A body turning. The same woman wakes again. Her eyes open slowly, adjusting to the dim light that is just beginning to form. For a moment, she remains still. Listening. The same quiet sounds greet her. The same soft stillness. Nothing has changed. She rises. The motion is familiar. The ground beneath her feet feels the same as it did yesterday. Cool. Firm. There is no hesitation. No question of what comes next. Because it is always the same. She moves toward the grinding stone. It waits where it always does. Silent. Still. Beside it, the basket of grain remains. Carefully kept. Never wasted. She kneels. Reaches in. Her fingers brush against the grain. This grain has traveled far in its own quiet way. From the field. To the harvest. To the storage jar. And now, here. She places it onto the stone. And once again, the grinding begins. Forward. Press. Back. Forward. Press. Back. The sound returns. Soft. Steady. Endless. It spreads through the early morning air. One home. Then another. Then another. Soon, the entire village hums with the same quiet rhythm. A shared beginning. The sky brightens slowly. The soft light grows, touching the edges of the homes. The pathways. The open ground. The flower forms. Coarse. Uneven. But ready. She gathers it carefully. Places it into a clay bowl. Adds water. Her hands move through the mixture. Pressing. Folding. Shaping. The dough forms. Thick. Simple. Unchanged. Outside, the oven is prepared again. The same careful steps. The same small fire. The dough is shaped into flat pieces. Placed gently inside. The warmth begins its work. And the smell returns. That same smell. Warm. Earthy. Familiar. It drifts through the village once more. A quiet signal that the day has begun. Inside, the family wakes. Slowly. Without urgency. They gather. Sit. Wait. The bread is brought in. Still warm. Still simple. It is placed before them. Broken. Shared. The beer is poured. Thick. Cloudy. They eat. Just as they did yesterday. There is no difference. No change. Only repetition. But within that repetition, there is something steady. Something calming. The same taste. The same texture. The same quiet act of eating together. Outside, the sun rises higher. The light strengthens. The village begins to move again. Men prepare for the fields. Women continue their work. Children drift between both. Everything flows without interruption. The morning meal ends quietly. No clear finish. Just a natural pause. Hands are wiped. Bread is set aside. And once again, the day opens. But today, as the work begins again, there is something worth noticing more closely. Something that has always been there. Something simple. The grain itself. Because everything begins with it. Everything returns to it. In the fields, the tall stalks move gently in the morning breeze. Each one holds the small seeds that will become flour. That will become dough. That will become bread. The cycle is quiet. But it is complete. The planting. The growing. The harvesting. The grinding. The baking. The eating. Then again. And again. There is no end. Only continuation. And as the people move once more into the fields, carrying their tools, stepping into the same patterns of work, the story remains steady. Bread. Beer. Grain. Always returning. Always repeating. The sun climbs slowly. The warmth follows. And the village continues its quiet life, shaped by the same simple food, the same gentle rhythm, and the same unchanging pattern that carries them forward, one calm day at a time. The night rests gently over the land once more. There is a deep quiet now, but it is not empty. It is filled with soft, steady things. The slow movement of the river. The faint whisper of wind across dry earth. The distant, almost unnoticeable shifting of reeds along the Nile's edge. The village sleeps. Each home holds its own stillness, its own quiet rhythm of breathing. The walls, shaped from mud and straw, keep the warmth close for a little while longer before slowly giving it back to the cooling air. Time passes without sound. There is no need to measure it. The night simply moves forward, as it always does. Above, the stars remain steady. They do not rush across the sky. They drift slowly, almost unnoticed, holding their places in the wide darkness. Below, nothing changes. Everything rests. And then, just as before, the first hint of morning begins again. A faint light. Soft. Barely there. The air shifts. The darkness loosens its hold. And quietly, gently, the cycle begins once more. Inside the village, the first small movement returns. A slight stir. A breath drawn a little deeper. A body turning. The same woman wakes again. Her eyes open slowly, adjusting to the dim light that is just beginning to form. For a moment, she remains still. Listening. The same quiet sounds greet her. The same soft stillness. Nothing has changed. She rises. The motion is familiar. The ground beneath her feet feels the same as it did yesterday. Cool. Firm. There is no hesitation. No question of what comes next. Because it is always the same. She moves toward the grinding stone. It waits where it always does. Silent. Still. Beside it, the basket of grain remains. Carefully kept. Never wasted. She kneels. Reaches in. Her fingers brush against the grain. This grain has traveled far in its own quiet way. From the field. To the harvest. To the storage jar. And now, here. She places it onto the stone. And once again, the grinding begins. Forward. Press. Back. Forward. Press. Back. The sound returns. Soft. Steady. Endless. It spreads through the early morning air. One home. Then another. Then another. Soon, the entire village hums with the same quiet rhythm. A shared beginning. The sky brightens slowly. The soft light grows, touching the edges of the homes. The pathways. The open ground. The flower forms. Coarse. Uneven. But ready. She gathers it carefully. Places it into a clay bowl. Adds water. Her hands move through the mixture. Pressing. Folding. Shaping. The dough forms. Thick. Simple. Unchanged. Outside, the oven is prepared again. The same careful steps. The same small fire. The dough is shaped into flat pieces. Placed gently inside. The warmth begins its work. And the smell returns. That same smell. Warm. Earthy. Familiar. It drifts through the village once more. A quiet signal that the day has begun. Inside, the family wakes. Slowly. Without urgency. They gather. Sit. Wait. The bread is brought in. Still warm. Still simple. It is placed before them. Broken. Shared. The beer is poured. Thick. Cloudy. They eat. Just as they did yesterday. There is no difference. No change. Only repetition. But within that repetition, there is something steady. Something calming. The same taste. The same texture. The same quiet act of eating together. Outside, the sun rises higher. The light strengthens. The village begins to move again. Men prepare for the fields. Women continue their work. Children drift between both. Everything flows without interruption. The morning meal ends quietly. No clear finish. Just a natural pause. Hands are wiped. Bread is set aside. And once again, the day opens. But today, as the work begins again, there is something worth noticing more closely. Something that has always been there. Something simple. The grain itself. Because everything begins with it. Everything returns to it. In the fields, the tall stalks move gently in the morning breeze. Each one holds the small seeds that will become flour. That will become dough. That will become bread. The cycle is quiet. But it is complete. The planting. The growing. The harvesting. The grinding. The baking. The eating. Then again. And again. There is no end. Only continuation. And as the people move once more into the fields, carrying their tools, stepping into the same patterns of work, the story remains steady. Bread. Beer. Grain. Always returning. Always repeating. The sun climbs slowly. The warmth follows. And the village continues its quiet life, shaped by the same simple food, the same gentle rhythm, and the same unchanging pattern that carries them forward, one calm day at a time. The morning stretches forward in a calm and steady way. The sun rises a little higher, lifting itself slowly into the open sky. Its light becomes brighter, though still gentle, spreading evenly across the fields and the village. The coolness of the early hours fades, replaced by a soft warmth that settles into everything. The day has begun again. Not with urgency. Not with change. But with the same quiet rhythm. In the fields, the workers return to their tasks. Their steps follow the same narrow paths. Their hands reach for the same tools. Everything is familiar. Everything is known. The grain stands tall in long rows. Barley and emmer wheat, growing as they always have, shaped by the same soil, the same water, the same slow passing of seasons. The stalks move gently in the breeze. A soft rustling sound. Endless. The man steps into the field once more. His feet press into the earth. The ground feels warm now. Dry at the surface, but still holding life beneath. He bends slightly. The sickle moves again. Cutting. Gathering. Repeating. There is no need to hurry. The work will take as long as it takes. Around him, others move in the same way. Each person following their own small space. Each movement part of a larger pattern. No one speaks much. The work itself fills the time. The sound of cutting grain blends with the quiet of the morning. Soft. Steady. Back in the village, the rhythm continues in a different form. Inside one home, the grinding stone is still in use. It never truly rests. Even after the morning meal, more grain must be prepared. Because the next meal will come. And the next. A woman works slowly. Her hands move in the same repeated motion. Forward. Press. Back. The sound is soft, but constant. Beside her, a child watches again. Quiet. Still. Learning without being told. The child reaches out, touching the grain. Feeling its rough surface. Understanding it in a simple way. This is how knowledge passes. Not through instruction, but through presence. Outside, near the storage jars, another woman checks the grain. She lifts the covering slightly. Looks inside. The grain is safe. Dry. Still enough. She lowers the covering again. Carefully. There is always a quiet awareness here. A sense of watching what is used. What remains. Because food is not endless. Even in a place shaped by the river. The Nile gives. But it must be respected. Near the edge of the village, someone prepares vegetables again. Onions. Garlic. Perhaps a few leeks. They are cleaned slowly. Cut with care. The smell rises. Sharp. Simple. It does not fill the air the way bread does. But it adds something. A small change. In another place, someone sits near a basket of dates. Dark. Soft. They are handled gently. Taken one at a time. These are not everyday food for everyone. But when they are present, they are eaten slowly. Their sweetness lingers. Longer than most things here. The morning continues. Time moves quietly. The sun climbs higher. The warmth deepens. In the fields, the pace slows slightly. Not stopping. Just adjusting. The body moves with the heat. The man pauses again. Wipes his hands lightly. Looks across the land. The fields seem endless. But they are known. Measured by experience. He returns to his work. Back in the village, the lentils are prepared again. Not every day. But often enough. A small pot. Water. Heat. The same simple process. The lentils soften slowly. No spices. No strong flavors. Just nourishment. The beer is checked again. A jar opened. Stirred lightly. The surface shifts. Thick. Grainy. It will be ready. As it always is. The day moves toward midday. The light becomes stronger. The air heavier. The moment for pause approaches. In the fields, the workers begin to slow. Not all at once. But gradually. Tools rest at their sides. Bodies straighten. The path back toward shade begins. In the village, the preparations are already waiting. Bread. Always bread. Lentils. Simple. Perhaps a small addition. The people gather again. They sit. Close. Quiet. The bread is broken. Shared. The lentils are served. The beer is poured. They eat. Slowly. The same actions. The same pattern. No one rushes. No one lingers too long. The meal exists in its own calm space. And then, as always, it fades. People finish. Set things aside. Rise slowly. The pause ends. Work resumes. The afternoon stretches ahead. And the cycle continues. Always the same. Always steady. Bread. Beer. Grain. Again and again. The sun continues its path across the sky. The village moves with it. Quiet. Unchanging. And within that quiet repetition, life continues, calm, simple, and steady, just as it has always been. The afternoon light begins to soften again, slowly shifting its tone as the sun continues its steady path toward the west. The heat is still present, but it no longer feels sharp. It becomes something more distant, something that rests over the land rather than pressing into it. Shadows begin to stretch a little longer across the ground, marking the slow movement of time without urgency. The village remains calm. Not silent, but calm. In the fields, the final hours of work carry on with a gentler rhythm. The cutting slows. The gathering becomes more measured. The bundles of grain are now fewer in number, placed carefully in small stacks that will be carried back later. There is no rush to finish. There is only completion, arriving slowly, as it always does. The man pauses once more among the stalks. He stands still for a moment, looking across the field. The grain moves lightly in the breeze, as if nothing has changed since the morning began. And in a way, nothing truly has. The same land. The same work. The same steady return of effort. He lowers his tool. Not because the work is over in a sudden way, but because the day is reaching its natural edge. Everything here ends like this. Gradually. Quietly. Without announcement. He gathers the last bundle. Ties it carefully. And begins the walk back toward the village. The path feels familiar beneath his feet. Worn smooth by countless days just like this one. Each step is part of something larger. Something repeated. Something known. As he walks, the air changes slightly. The warmth of the fields gives way to the cooler air near the village. The sounds shift too. Less open. More contained. Back in the village, the evening preparations are already underway. Not hurried. Not loud. Just steady continuation. Inside the homes, the grinding stone is used again. It never truly stops for long. Because each day requires its own bread. And each bread requires its own flour. Forward. Press. Back. Forward. Press. Back. The rhythm remains unchanged. The sound blends into the quiet of the late afternoon. Near the ovens, small fires are lit again. Carefully. Measured. Not too strong. Not too fast. Dough has already been prepared. It rests in simple bowls. Waiting. A woman shapes it once more. Her hands move with ease. No thought required. Only memory. Flat pieces are formed. Placed gently inside the warm clay ovens. The heat rises slowly. Working without force. Changing the dough in its quiet way. The smell returns. That same familiar scent. Warm bread. Earth and grain. Simple and steady. It drifts through the village once again. Softly marking the transition from day to evening. Children sit nearby. Watching the ovens. Watching the slow transformation inside. They have seen it many times. But still they watch. Because repetition is not empty here. It is familiar. Comforting. The sun lowers further now. The sky begins to soften into warmer tones again. Gold. Pale orange. Then deeper shades beyond. The workers return from the fields. One by one. Carrying grain. Carrying tools. Carrying the quiet weight of the day. They move slowly. No urgency remains. Only completion. As they arrive, the village feels fuller again. More present. More alive in its stillness. The evening meal begins to form. As it always does. Without instruction. Without planning. Bread is removed from the ovens. Still warm. Still simple. It is brought inside. Placed where everyone can reach it. Hands reach out. Breaking it. Sharing it. The beer is poured again. Thick. Clouded. Familiar. Sometimes there are onions. Sometimes lentils. Sometimes nothing more than bread and drink. But it is always enough. The people sit together. Close to one another. Not in arrangement. But in natural gathering. They eat slowly. The sound of the day fading into softer tones. Outside, the light continues to fade. The stars begin to appear again. One by one. As they always do. The breeze moves gently through the village. carrying away the last warmth of the day. The meal continues in silence and softness. No change. No interruption. And when it ends quietly. Like everything else here. The bowls are set aside. The bread is stored. The fire dims. The village settles. Once again. People rest. Some speak softly. Some remain silent. Some prepare for sleep. The night approaches without resistance. Without shift. Without surprise. And as darkness returns fully, the village drifts back into stillness. The same stillness. The same rhythm. The same gentle repetition of life along the Nile. Bread. Beer. Grain. Day after day. Night after night. Always returning. Always continuing. And the story remains unbroken, carried forward in the quiet, ordinary, endlessly repeating life of ancient Egypt. The night settles deeper now, not as something sudden, but as something that arrives slowly and naturally, like a soft cloth being laid over the world. The village does not change when darkness comes. It only becomes quieter. The homes hold their small warmth inside. Mud walls that absorbed the heat of the day now release it gently, little by little, into the cooler air. Inside, families lie close together. Not because of cold alone, but because closeness itself is part of life here. The sounds are faint. A soft breath. A small movement. The occasional shifting of someone turning in sleep. And beyond that, nothing loud. Nothing urgent. Outside, the Nile continues its quiet presence. It does not rush. It does not pause. It simply moves, steady and patient, as it always has. Its sound is almost not a sound at all. More like a memory of movement in the dark. Above it all, the sky is full again. Stars spread across it in quiet abundance. They do not belong to the village, and yet they feel close enough to be familiar. They return every night. Just as the bread returns every day. Just as the work returns. Just as everything returns. Time passes without being noticed. There are no markers here in the darkness. Only the slow change from one quiet hour to the next. And then, once again, something very small shifts. A faint suggestion of light far away. Barely visible. Almost uncertain. The night begins to loosen its hold. Not all at once. Not quickly. Just enough to suggest that it will end again, as it always does. Inside the village, the first signs of waking appear. A slight movement under a blanket. A quiet breath that deepens. A moment of still awareness before rising. The same woman wakes. As she has before. As she will again. She does not move quickly. There is no reason to. The world is still quiet. Still resting between night and morning. She sits up slowly. The air feels cool against her skin. Familiar. Steady. For a moment, she simply listens. The same silence. The same gentle stillness. Nothing has changed. She stands. Her feet touch the ground. The motion is practiced. Unthinking. She walks toward the familiar place where the day begins. The grinding stone. Waiting. As it always is. The basket of grain is there. Covered. Protected. She uncovers it carefully. Reaching inside. Feeling the texture of what remains. The grain is the same as yesterday. And the day before that. And the day before that. She places it onto the stone. And the rhythm begins again. Forward. Press. Back. Forward. Press. Back. The sound returns to the village. Soft. Steady. Familiar. One home. Then another. Then another. The village awakens through repetition. Not through surprise. But through pattern. The sky brightens again. Slowly. Gently. The edges of the world become visible. Homes. Paths. Fields in the distance. Everything is the same. But also new in the way every morning is new. The flour forms. The dough follows. The oven waits. Fire is lit. Carefully. Not wasted. Not rushed. Bread begins again. Just as it always does. Inside the homes, movement returns. Families rise. Children sit up. People begin the slow preparation of another day. There is no discussion of change. No expectation of difference. Only continuation. The bread is baked. The smell rises. That same warm, earthy scent. Filling the early air. It drifts through the village once more. Marking time without needing to be named. The morning meal is shared. Bread. Beer. Simple additions when available. Onion. Date. Lentil. The same rhythm. The same quiet eating. The same calm presence between people. Outside, the fields wait again. The work will begin again. It always does. And so the village moves forward into another day. Not as a break from what came before, but as its continuation. Grain becomes flour. Flour becomes bread. Bread becomes nourishment. Nourishment becomes strength for work. Work becomes grain again. A circle. Quiet. Unbroken. Endless. And as the sun rises higher once more, the people step into that circle again, gently, without resistance, carried by the same simple rhythm that has shaped every day before it. Nothing changes quickly here. Nothing needs to. Because life, in its most ordinary form, continues in the same soft pattern: bread, beer, grain, repeating through every morning, every afternoon, every night, without end. The morning light settles fully over the land again, as if it never truly left. It only paused. Now it returns, slowly filling the open spaces between homes, the narrow paths, the edges of the fields where grain still grows in quiet rows. The air is warm, but not heavy yet. There is a softness to it. A calm beginning. The village moves again in its familiar rhythm. Not all at once. Not in any sharp moment. But gradually, as each home begins to stir, as each person wakes into the same steady pattern of another day. Inside the homes, the same early tasks begin. The grinding stone is used again. The basket of grain is opened again. The sound returns. Forward. Press. Back. Forward. Press. Back. It is not a sound that demands attention. It blends into everything else. Into the soft movement of morning air. Into the distant call of birds. Into the quiet shifting of people beginning their day. The flower forms once more. Coarse. Simple. Familiar in its texture. It is gathered, carried, prepared without hesitation. Water is added. The dough comes together. Slowly. Naturally. As if it remembers how to become itself again. Outside, the clay ovens are already being prepared. They do not need instruction. They are simply part of the day. Part of the rhythm. Fire is lit carefully. Not large. Not fast. Just enough. The heat builds slowly, the same way it always does. Quietly preparing for what will come. Bread will be made again. Not as a special act, but as a necessary one. Nearby, other small preparations begin. A jar is checked. A basket is opened. A few onions are set aside. A handful of lentils is measured by eye, not by exact number. There is no need for precision beyond experience. Everything here is guided by repetition. By memory. By the quiet certainty of doing the same thing many times before. In the fields, the workers return again. The grain is still standing. Still waiting. Still moving gently with the wind. The tools are lifted. The bodies adjust to the work without needing time to remember how. They already know. The sickle moves again through the stalks. Cutting. Gathering. Repeating. The sound is the same as always. Dry grain. Soft movement. Steady effort. There is no urgency in it. Only continuation. The sun climbs higher. The light strengthens. The day settles into its middle hours. In the village, the bread is placed into the ovens again. The dough changes slowly under heat. From soft to firm. From raw to complete. The smell rises once more. Warm. Earthy. Deeply familiar. It moves through the village like a quiet signal. Not announcing anything new. Only confirming what has always been true. That food is being made. That life continues. That the cycle remains unbroken. Inside the homes, people gather again when the time comes. The same way they always do. Without arrangement. Without formality. Bread is shared. Beer is poured. Small additions appear when available. Onion. Date. Occasionally lentil. Sometimes fish. Sometimes nothing more than bread alone. The differences are small. Barely noticeable. Yet they exist within the sameness. And that sameness is what defines the day. Not variety, but repetition. Outside, the fields continue their slow transformation. What was once standing grain becomes harvested bundles. What was once growing becomes storage. What was once alive in the field becomes food in the village. The transition is quiet, unremarkable in its movement, but essential. Everything feeds into everything else. Everything returns. The afternoon approaches again, and with it, the gradual softening of work. The slow return from fields. The preparation for evening. The rhythm never breaks. It only shifts in tone. From morning work to midday pause, to evening return, to night rest. Each part familiar. Each part expected. And through all of it, the same foundation remains. Bread. Beer. Grain. Not as luxury. Not as variation. But as life itself, repeated in the simplest form. As the sun begins to lower again, the village prepares for another evening meal, not with anticipation of something new, but with the quiet understanding that it will be the same as always, and that is exactly what makes it steady, and calm, and enough. The afternoon light begins its slow descent again, just as it always does. There is no moment when it clearly turns into evening. It simply softens, little by little, as if the world is exhaling after holding still for a while. The heat that filled the day begins to loosen its grip on the ground. Shadows stretch further across the earth, reaching into spaces that were bright only a short time ago. In the fields, the final movements of the day continue. They are quieter now. Less frequent. More measured. The grain that remains standing is fewer in number, and the bundles that have already been gathered sit in small, orderly groups, waiting to be carried home. The workers do not speak much. There is no need for words at this stage of the day. Everything has already been understood through repetition, through action, Through the simple rhythm of doing the same work, again and again, across many days. A man pauses for a moment, resting the handle of his tool against his shoulder. He looks across the field. Not searching. Not wondering. Just observing what is already known. The land stretches outward in familiar silence. The same soil. The same rows. The same steady presence of grain moving gently in the fading light. Then, without any clear signal, the work slows further. Not stopping abruptly. Only easing into completion. One by one, the tools are lowered. The final bundles are tied. The last small movements are finished. And the walk back begins. The path from the fields to the village feels slightly different in the evening. Not because it has changed, but because the light has changed. It is softer now. Less direct. More forgiving. Feet press into the dry earth with a steady rhythm. Dust rises briefly, then settles again behind each step. The village appears in the distance. Simple. Low. Familiar. Smoke rises gently from small fires already being prepared. Not large. Not dramatic. Just enough to signal the beginning of evening preparation. Inside the homes, the grinding stone is still in use. It continues its role without pause in the larger rhythm of the day. Because even as one meal ends, the preparation for another quietly begins. Forward. Press. Back. Forward. Press. Back. The sound blends with the returning footsteps of those coming back from the fields. With the soft movement of wind. With the distant calls of evening birds. Everything overlaps gently. Nothing interrupts. The dough has already been prepared again. It rests in simple bowls, waiting for its turn. Hands shape it without hesitation. Flat. Round. Uneven in small ways, but consistent in purpose. It is carried to the ovens. Placed carefully inside. The heat embraces it slowly, transforming it without force. Only time and warmth doing their quiet work. The smell rises again. Warm bread. Simple grain. Familiar earthiness. It spreads through the village like it has so many times before. Families begin to gather once more. Not in any formal way. Just naturally. As they always do. They sit close together. On the ground. Near the homes. Wherever space allows. Bread is brought forward. Still warm. Still plain. Still the center of the meal. It is broken by hand. Shared without hesitation. Beer is poured again. Thick. Clouded. Steady in its presence. There may be onions. Their sharpness briefly cutting through the softness of bread. There may be lentils, softened by slow cooking. There may be nothing extra at all. And yet the meal remains complete in its simplicity. The people eat slowly, not because there is time to spare, but because this is how it is always done. There is no rush, no urgency, only the natural pace of eating after a long day. The sounds are quiet. Bread breaking, soft chewing, occasional voice, low and brief. Then silence again. Above them, the sky continues to change. The bright tones of day fading into warmer shades, then into deeper, calmer colors. The first stars appear once more. Familiar, unchanging. The air cools gently, moving through the village with a soft touch. The meal continues in this quiet way. No beginning that stands out. No ending that is marked. Just continuation. And when it is finished, it ends as it always does. Without notice. Without ceremony. The bread that remains is set aside. The jars are covered. The space is cleared gently. People begin to settle. Not into activity, but into rest. The village becomes quieter again. Not empty, but calm. Inside the homes, the light dims. The warmth of the ovens fades slowly. The sounds of the day reduce to near silence. And the night prepares to return. As it always does. As it always will. The cycle continues without interruption. Bread, beer, grain, work, rest, return. And as the final light of evening disappears beyond the horizon, the village drifts once more into the steady, familiar quiet of ancient Egypt, where nothing changes quickly, and everything repeats gently, like a breath that never truly ends. Night arrives again, not as something sudden, but as something that simply becomes true. The last traces of light fade from the horizon, leaving behind a deep, quiet darkness that settles over the land like a soft covering. The air grows cooler now, but not cold. It is comfortable. Still. Familiar. The village rests inside it. The homes are quiet once more. Inside, bodies lie close together on simple bedding. The ground beneath them is firm, shaped by countless nights just like this one. There is no need for light now. No need for movement. Only rest. Outside, the Nile continues its slow, unbroken presence. It does not change with the night. It does not sleep. It flows quietly, carrying the same steady rhythm it has carried for as long as memory exists. The sounds are faint. Almost nothing at all. A distant rustle of wind. A soft shift of reeds along the riverbank. The barely noticeable movement of water against earth. Above, the sky is full again. The stars remain in their places. Not moving in any way that can be seen from here. Only present. constant. Time passes without markings, without events, without change. And then, once again, the night begins to soften. Not all at once. Not sharply. Just enough to suggest that it will end, as it always does. A faint light appears at the edge of the sky. Subtle. Quiet. Almost unnoticeable at first. Inside the village, a small movement begins. A shift in sleep. A slow return to awareness. The same woman wakes again. Her breathing changes first, becoming slightly deeper. Then her eyes open, adjusting slowly to the darkness that is already beginning to thin. She does not move immediately. There is no rush. The world is still between night and morning. She listens. The same silence. The same gentle stillness. Nothing different. Nothing unexpected. She rises slowly. Her feet touch the ground. The motion is familiar, repeated countless times before. She walks again toward the place where every day begins. The grinding stone. It is still there. Unchanged. Waiting. The basket of grain remains beside it. Covered lightly. Protected from the night air. She uncovers it. And reaches inside. The grain feels the same as always. Dry. Rough. Simple. She places it onto the stone. And the rhythm begins again. Forward. Press. Back. Forward. Press. Back. The sound returns. Soft. Steady. Familiar as breathing. It spreads through the village slowly. One home at a time. One quiet beginning after another. The sky brightens again. The first light returns. Not suddenly, but gently. The edges of the village become visible once more. The paths. The homes. The fields waiting in the distance. Everything is as it was. And yet, everything is also beginning again. Flour forms. Dough is mixed. Fire is prepared. Bread will be made. As it always is. Inside the homes, people begin to wake fully. They rise without hesitation. Without question. Because this is how the day always starts. The smell of baking bread soon follows. Warm. Earthy. Comforting in its repetition. It moves through the village again. The same as every morning. A quiet signal of life continuing. Bread is brought out. Broken. Shared. Beer is poured. Thick and steady. The morning meal is simple. Unchanged. Bread. Beer. Sometimes onion. Sometimes lentil. Sometimes nothing more than what is already there. The people eat slowly. Together. In silence or near silence. The day opens again. Not as something new, but as something familiar returning. The fields await. The work continues. The rhythm never stops. And once again, everything begins its slow cycle. Grinding. Baking. Eating. Working. Resting. Returning. Bread becomes food. Food becomes strength. Strength becomes work. Work becomes grain again. A circle without end. Quiet. Steady. Unbroken. And as the sun rises higher into another day, the village moves forward once more, gently carried by the same simple rhythm that has always defined life along the Nile, where nothing is rare, nothing is rushed, and everything repeats like a calm, endless breath. The morning settles in once again, calm and unhurried. The light spreads across the land with a familiar patience, touching the tops of the fields first, then the narrow paths, then the quiet walls of the village homes. Everything becomes visible again, as if the world is remembering itself. There is no rush in this return of daylight. Only continuation. Inside the village, the rhythm is already in motion. The grinding stone speaks its steady language once more. Forward. Press. Back. Forward. Press. Back. The sound is not new. It is never new. It is simply part of the air now, like wind, like breath, like time passing without being noticed. Grain becomes flour again, as it did yesterday, and the day before, and every day before that. Hands move with quiet certainty. There is no pause to remember how. The motion lives in the body now. The flour is gathered. Water is added. Dough forms slowly, as if it is gently returning to a shape it already knows. Outside, the oven is prepared. Fire is small and careful. Nothing is wasted. Nothing is rushed. The bread will come again, as it always does. Nearby, small jars are checked. Grain is measured by sight and habit, not by tools. Everything is known through repetition rather than instruction. A few onions are placed aside. Their scent sharp, but familiar. A few lentils are prepared. Simple. Steady. The village moves through its tasks in a calm flow. Not separate actions, but one continuous rhythm. In the fields, the workers are already present. The grain stands again under the morning light, still growing in quiet rows, still moving gently with the wind. The tools are lifted. The bodies respond without hesitation. Cutting begins again. Gathering. Repeating. The sound of dry stalks meeting the sickle is soft. Measured. Unchanging. There is no surprise in it. Only recognition. The sun climbs higher. The warmth returns. The day deepens. In the village, the bread is placed into the ovens again. The heat rises slowly, transforming the dough without urgency. The smell follows soon after. That same warm scent. Earth and grain. Familiar across every morning. It drifts through the village like it always does. Not announcing anything new. Only confirming what is already understood. That food is being made. That the day is continuing. That life remains steady. Inside the homes, people gather again when it is time. The pattern is unchanged. They sit. They wait. They share. Bread is broken. Hands move in the same quiet rhythm. Beer is poured. Thick. Clouded. Familiar. Small additions appear only when available. Onion. Lentil. Occasionally something from the river. But never enough to change the structure of the meal. Only enough to sit beside it. The meal passes slowly. Without urgency. Without attention to time. And when it ends in the same quiet way it always has. No clear moment. Only a natural fading. People rise. Clean what is needed. Set aside what remains. The village returns to its work. Or its rest. Depending on the moment of the day. Everything continues in its slow rhythm. Without interruption. Without change. The fields remain steady. The homes remain simple. The river remains constant. And through it all, the same cycle repeats. Grain to flour. Flour to bread. Bread to food. Food to strength. Strength to work. Work to grain. Again. And again. And again. Nothing breaks the pattern. Nothing disrupts it. Only the passing of time. Soft. Unnoticed. Continuous. And as the sun moves across the sky once more, the village follows it gently, living within a rhythm that never truly begins and never truly ends, only continues, like a quiet breath that the world has always been taking. The day continues to unfold in its quiet, familiar way. The sun rises a little higher, settling into the wide sky above the Nile. Its light is steady now, no longer soft like early morning, but not yet heavy like midday. It rests gently across the land, touching everything without urgency. The village moves within that light. Not quickly. Not slowly. Just steadily. The morning work deepens. In the fields, the rhythm continues without interruption. The man bends again, the sickle moving in its smooth, curved motion. The grain falls in small groups, gathered into his hands, placed into loose bundles. The sound is soft. Dry stalks brushing together. A faint, repeating motion that blends into the stillness of the land. Around him, others move in the same way. Each person working in their own space, but connected through the same pattern. No one rushes. No one stops for long. The earth beneath their feet feels warm now. The coolness of the night has faded completely. Only the memory of it remains, somewhere deep in the soil. Back in the village, the work continues in its own steady rhythm. The grinding stone still moves. It always moves. Even when other tasks pause, this one continues. Because there will always be another meal. Another piece of bread to prepare. A woman pauses for a moment, lifting her hands slightly from the stone. She brushes the flour together gently, gathering it into a small pile. Her fingers move with quiet care. Nothing is wasted. Not a single grain. She transfers it into a clay bowl. Adds water. And begins again. The dough forms slowly. Its texture thick and familiar. It does not change. It does not surprise. It simply becomes what it has always been. Nearby, another jar is opened. The beer inside is stirred gently. Its surface shifts slowly, heavy with grain. It is not clear. Not smooth. But it is enough. The jar is covered again. Left to rest. As it always is. Outside, a small group of children sit in the shade. They watch. They listen. They learn without being told. One of them reaches toward a small piece of dough left behind. Presses it between their fingers. Feeling its weight. Its softness. The child does not need instruction. The body learns through touch. Through repetition. Nearby, an older voice speaks softly. Not correcting. Not guiding in words. Only present. Because this life does not need explanation. It is understood through living. The morning moves closer to midday. The light grows stronger. The air becomes heavier. In the fields, the pace slows slightly. Not stopping. Only adjusting. The man straightens his back again. Wipes his hands. Looks out across the grain. Everything is as it was. Everything continues. He returns to his work. In the village, preparations begin quietly for the midday pause. The bread from the morning is gathered. Lentils, if there are any, are uncovered. Perhaps a few onions are brought out. The movements are small. Unspoken. No one calls others to eat. No signal is needed. The body knows. The time arrives naturally. The workers begin to move toward shade. Toward rest. They sit again. Close together. Without arrangement. Bread is broken. Shared. Beer is poured. The same thick, steady drink. Lentils are passed. Simple. Soft. If there is anything more, it is small. A piece of onion. A few leaves. Nothing that changes the meal. Only something that sits beside it. They eat slowly. The sounds are soft. There is no rush. No pause to mark the moment. The meal simply exists. And then, slowly, it fades. People finish. Set things aside. Rest for a moment. Then rise again. The work returns. As it always does. The afternoon waits. Long. Warm. Steady. And within it, the same quiet pattern continues. Grinding. Baking. Eating. Working. Nothing changes. Nothing needs to. The village moves forward again, carried gently by the same simple rhythm that has always guided it, a rhythm shaped by grain, by hands, by time, and by the quiet repetition of life itself. The afternoon. And yet, he looks. Because looking is part of the rhythm too. After a moment, he bends again. The work continues. Back in the village, the afternoon has its own quiet presence. The shade has grown longer now, stretching along the sides of the homes. People move within it, seeking the cooler spaces without needing to think about it. The ground in these shaded areas feels softer beneath the feet. Still warm. But gentle. Inside one home, the grinding stone continues its slow work. The sound never fully disappears. It only fades and returns, over and over again. Forward. Press. Back. Forward. Press. Back. The flower forms gradually. Gathered with care. Prepared for what will come later. Because even now, in the middle of the afternoon, the evening meal is already beginning in small ways. There is no clear beginning. Only preparation that never truly stops. Nearby, a pot rests near a small fire. Inside, lentils soften slowly. The heat is low. The process unhurried. There are no strong scents. No spices that fill the air. Only a faint, earthy warmth. The fire crackles softly. A quiet companion to the stillness. Outside, a few small fish hang near another fire. They have been cleaned and placed carefully. Left to dry slowly. They will not be eaten all at once. They will be saved. Used later. In small portions. Nothing here is wasted. Nothing is taken without thought. The village holds everything carefully. Because everything matters. Children move quietly now. Their earlier energy softened by the heat of the day. They sit near their families. Or rest in the shade. Some watch the simple tasks around them. The grinding. The cooking. The quiet preparation that never seems to end. This is how they learn. Not through instruction, but through presence, through repetition, through watching the same actions again and again. The afternoon continues. The light begins, slowly, almost without notice, to change again. It softens at the edges. In the fields, the workers begin to feel the shift. Not in a clear way, but in the way the body understands time without needing to measure it. The man stands upright once more. The tool rests at his side. The work is not finished. It is never fully finished. But it has reached its natural pause. He gathers what he has cut, forms small bundles, places them together. Others do the same, each person completing their part. And then, as it always happens, the movement begins back toward the village. The path is quiet, familiar, worn by time. Feet move slowly. Dust rises and falls again. The air feels different now. Softer. Cooler than before. As they approach the village, small signs of evening appear. Faint smoke rising. The quiet preparation of ovens. Inside the homes, dough has already been formed again. Waiting. Hands shape it into flat rounds. Each one slightly uneven. Each one enough. The ovens are warm now. Ready. The dough is placed inside. And once again, the smell returns. Warm. Simple. Deeply familiar. It spreads gently through the village, touching every space, carrying the quiet signal that the day is moving toward its end. Families begin to gather again, not because they are called, but because they always do. They sit together, close, calm. The bread is brought forward, broken, shared. Beer is poured, thick, clouded, steady. Lentils, if there are any, are added. Fish, if available, appears in small portions. But the meal remains the same at its center. Bread. Always bread. They eat slowly. Without hurry. Without variation. The sounds are soft. The light fades. And as the evening settles gently over the village once more, the day closes in the same quiet way it always has, with simple food, shared in calm presence, and the steady feeling that tomorrow will come just like today. The evening deepens slowly, like a soft shadow stretching across the land. There is no sudden change, no clear moment when day becomes night. The light simply fades, gently withdrawing from the earth, leaving behind a calm dimness that settles over everything. The village rests within that fading light. The warmth of the day begins to lift from the ground. It does not disappear all at once. It rises slowly, like a quiet breath leaving the earth, carried away by a soft evening breeze. The homes hold what remains of that warmth. Inside, the air is still, comfortable, familiar. The walls feel the same as they always have. The ground beneath feels known. Outside, the last movements of the day continue. A few final steps. A few quiet tasks being completed. Nothing large. Nothing urgent. The ovens, still warm from baking, begin to cool. The fires inside them soften. Their glow fades into a quiet red, then into darkness. The smell of bread lingers in the air. It does not leave quickly. It settles into the spaces between homes, into the fabric of the evening itself. Families remain seated for a while after the meal. Not speaking much. Not moving much. Just resting. The quiet presence of one another is enough. A child leans gently against a parent. Another lies back, looking up at the sky. Their eyes follow the first stars as they appear, one by one, in the deepening blue above. There is no rush to go inside. No signal to end the day. It simply continues, slowly softening into stillness. The river moves quietly in the distance. Its presence never leaves. Even when unseen, it is felt. A steady, unseen companion to everything here. The breeze moves lightly through the village. It carries with it the scent of earth, of grain, of fire that has nearly gone out. The sounds grow fewer. Voices fade. Footsteps slow. One by one, people begin to rise. Not all at once. Not together. Just gradually. They move inside their homes. Or settle into resting places near the doorway. Wherever the air feels most comfortable. Inside, the space is dim. There is no strong light. Only what remains of the day's glow, slowly disappearing. People lie down. Close together. The ground beneath them firm but familiar. Breathing slows. Bodies relax. The day releases them gently. Outside, the village becomes still. Not empty. But quiet. The stars now fill the sky more fully. They seem endless. Silent. Unchanging. The Nile continues its slow movement. The same as always. The same as it will be tomorrow. Time passes. But it does not feel like passing. It simply exists. And then, slowly, the night deepens fully. Everything settles. Everything rests. There are no more tasks. No more meals to prepare. No more work to do. Only sleep. The cycle pauses here. Not ending. Just resting. Because it will begin again. As it always does. The grain will be ground. The dough will be shaped. The bread will bake. The beer will be poured. The same food. The same rhythm. Morning. Midday. Evening. Again. And again. And as the village drifts completely into sleep, wrapped in the calm silence of the night, the steady pattern of life continues quietly beneath the surface, waiting only for the soft return of morning to begin once more. The night holds the village in a quiet, steady stillness. Nothing moves quickly here. Nothing needs to. The air is cool now, but gentle. It rests softly over the land, over the homes, over the narrow paths that lie empty beneath the dark sky. Inside the homes, sleep has settled deeply. Breathing is slow, even, unbroken. There are no dreams that disturb the quiet rhythm of the night. Only rest. Only stillness. Outside, the Nile continues its quiet journey. It does not pause for night. It does not change its path. It flows, just as it always has, carrying with it the steady memory of time. The reeds at its edges move slightly. A soft rustle. Barely there. Above, the stars remain. Silent. Distant. Steady in their places. The sky feels wide. Endless. Time passes in a way that cannot be measured here. There are no markers. No sounds that signal its movement. Only the slow turning of darkness. And then, very gently, something begins to shift again. A faint light appears far away. At the edge of the world. It is soft. Uncertain. But it is there. The night begins to loosen. Not quickly. Not all at once. Inside the village, the first small movement returns. A breath deepens. A hand shifts. A body turns slightly. The same woman wakes once more. Her eyes open slowly. The darkness is still present, but it is thinner now. She does not rise immediately. She listens. The same quiet. The same calm. Nothing has changed. She sits up slowly. The air touches her skin. Cool. Familiar. Her feet meet the ground. The same ground as yesterday. The same ground as always. She moves toward the place where every day begins. The grinding stone. It waits. Still. Silent. The basket of grain sits beside it. Covered lightly. Protected. She uncovers it. Her hand reaches inside. The grain feels the same. Dry. Rough. Steady. She places it onto the stone. And once again, the rhythm begins. Forward. Press. Back. Forward. Press. Back. The sound returns to the village. Soft. Steady. It spreads slowly. From one home to another. The morning begins through repetition. The sky brightens. Gradually. The shapes of the village return. The homes. The paths. The fields in the distance. Everything is as it was. Everything is ready to begin again. Flour forms. Gathered carefully. Water is added. Dough takes shape. Outside, the oven is prepared. The fire is lit. The heat builds slowly. Bread begins again. The smell rises. Warm. Earthy. Familiar. It moves through the village, touching each space. Inside, the family wakes. They gather. They sit. The bread is brought forward. Broken. Shared. The beer is poured. Thick. Cloudy. They eat. Slowly. Quietly. The same meal. The same rhythm. No change. No variation beyond the smallest details. And yet, it is enough. Outside, the sun rises higher. The day opens. The fields wait. The work continues. The cycle moves forward once more. Grain becomes flour. Flour becomes bread. Bread becomes strength. Strength becomes work. Work becomes grain again. Endless. Quiet. Unbroken. And as the village steps gently into another day, nothing feels new, and nothing needs to be, because everything continues exactly as it always has, steady and calm, carried forward by the same simple food, the same quiet labor, and the same endless rhythm of life along the Nile. The morning settles once more across the land, quiet and unchanging. The light spreads gently, touching everything in the same slow way it always does. The homes, the paths, the open spaces, and the distant fields all return into view, as if they had only been resting for a short while. Nothing feels new. And yet, everything begins again. The village moves softly into its rhythm. There is no signal. No sound that marks the start. Only the quiet continuation of what has always been. Inside the homes, the grinding stone is already in motion. Forward. Press. Back. Forward. Press. Back. The sound is steady. Familiar. Almost part of the air itself. Grain becomes flour again. The same grain that was stored carefully. The same grain that came from the fields. Hands move without hesitation. Without thought. Only memory. The flour is gathered. Placed into a clay bowl. Water is added. The dough forms slowly. Thick. Simple. Unchanged. Outside, the ovens are prepared again. Small fires are lit. Carefully. Never wasted. The heat builds slowly. Waiting. The dough is shaped. Flat rounds. Placed inside. And once again, the smell rises. Warm bread. earth and grain. It spreads through the village, the same as every morning. A quiet presence. Inside, the family gathers. They sit close together. No arrangement. No ceremony. The bread is brought forward, broken by hand, shared. The beer is poured, thick, cloudy, steady. They eat slowly, without urgency. Sometimes there is a small addition, an onion, a few lentils. But often, it is only bread and beer. And it is enough. Outside, the sun rises higher. The warmth returns. The village begins to move outward again. Toward the fields. Toward the work. The same tools are lifted. The same paths are walked. In the fields, the grain waits, standing quietly in long rows. The workers step into the familiar spaces. Their bodies already know what to do. The sickle moves again, cutting, gathering, repeating. The sound is soft, dry, steady. The morning continues, without interruption. Back in the village, the work remains constant. Grinding continues. Cooking continues. Preparing continues. A jar of beer is checked. The surface stirred. Covered again. A small pot is placed near the fire. Lentils inside. Water added. The heat begins its slow work. Nearby, a basket of dates sits in the shade. They are not touched yet. Saved. Everything is measured without numbers. Known without counting. Time passes gently. The sun climbs higher. The air grows warmer. The workers in the fields begin to slow. Only slightly. The body adjusts. The rhythm shifts. Midday approaches. In the village, preparations come together. Bread is ready. Lentils are soft. Perhaps a small addition waits. The people gather again. As they always do. They sit. Close together. Bread is broken. Shared. Beer is poured. The meal is quiet. Simple. The same as always. They eat slowly. Without rush. The moment passes gently. And then, just as gently, it fades. People finish. Set things aside. Rest briefly. Then rise again. The work returns. The afternoon stretches ahead. Long. Warm. Steady. And the cycle continues. Grinding. Baking. Eating. Working. Nothing changes. Nothing needs to. Only the quiet repetition of life continues, carried forward through simple food, steady hands, and the calm, unbroken rhythm that defines each day along the Nile. The afternoon returns once more, stretching gently across the land like a long, quiet breath. The sun stands high, but it no longer feels new. Its warmth has settled into everything: the earth, the walls of the homes, the bodies of those moving slowly through their tasks. It is not overwhelming. It is simply there, constant and familiar. Nothing feels rushed. Nothing feels paused. Everything continues. In the fields, the work moves forward in the same steady rhythm. The man walks between the rows of grain, his steps quiet, his body moving without thought. The sickle rises and falls, though now with longer pauses between each motion. The morning's energy has softened into something calmer. The grain still rustles gently. That same soft sound. Always present. He bends, gathers, and straightens again. Each movement known. Each action repeated so many times that it no longer feels separate from the body itself. Around him, others move in the same way. No one speaks much. There is no need. The work carries its own quiet language. The air is still. The breeze, if it comes at all, is light and brief. Back in the village, the afternoon has settled into its familiar calm. The shaded areas grow more important now. People move slowly along the edges of their homes, staying close to the cooler spaces where the sun does not reach as strongly. Inside one home, the grinding stone continues its patient work. It does not stop. It rarely rests. Because the next meal is always coming. Forward. Press. Back. Forward. Press. Back. The sound blends into the quiet of the afternoon. Almost unnoticed. But always there. The flour gathers slowly. Each small portion added to what will become dough later. Nearby, a small fire burns gently. The flames are low. Careful. Never allowed to grow too large. A pot rests above it. Inside, lentils soften once again. The process is the same. Water. Heat. Time. No spices. No strong scents. Only the simple smell of food becoming ready. Next to the fire, a few small fish are laid out. Some are already dried. Others are fresh, waiting. They will not be eaten all at once. They will be used slowly. Carefully. Nothing here is taken for granted. Everything has its place. Everything has its time. Children sit quietly nearby. Their movements slower now. The heat of the day has softened their energy. They watch. They listen. They learn without words. One child traces a finger through a small pile of flour. Feeling its texture. Understanding it in a simple, physical way. An older figure sits close by. Not instructing. Not correcting. only present. Because knowledge here is not given in lessons. It is lived, repeated, absorbed. The afternoon moves forward gently. There is no clear line between 1 hour and the next. Only a slow, steady passing. In the fields, the workers begin to feel the shift again. Not sudden, not spoken, but understood. The man straightens once more. His tool rests at his side. The work has reached its quiet slowing point. Not finished, but ready to pause. He gathers the last small bundles, ties them loosely, places them together. Others do the same, each person completing their part without needing to speak. Then, one by one, they begin the walk back. The path feels the same as always. Dry earth beneath their feet. Soft dust rising and falling again. The air begins to change slightly. The heat softens. The breeze returns, faint but noticeable. As they approach the village, small signs of evening appear. A thin line of smoke rising. The quiet preparation of ovens. Inside the homes, dough has already been formed again. It waits. Simple. Unchanged. Hands shape it into flat rounds. Each one slightly uneven. Each one enough. The ovens are warm now, ready to receive the dough. The bread is placed inside. The heat works slowly, and the smell returns. Warm, earthy, familiar beyond thought. It spreads through the village once again, marking the gentle transition from day to evening. Families begin to gather, not because they are called, but because this is what always happens. They sit close together, without structure, without plan. The bread is brought forward, broken, shared. Beer is poured. Thick. Clouded. Steady. There may be lentils. There may be fish. There may be nothing more. But always, there is bread. They eat slowly. The sounds are soft. The light continues to fade. The sky changes color once more. From pale gold to deeper tones. Then toward the calm blue of evening. The first stars begin to appear again. Quiet. Distant. Unchanging. The meal continues without urgency. Without variation. And when it ends quietly. The bread is set aside. The jars are covered. The space is cleared. People rest. The village settles. The day closes gently. Not with a clear ending, but with a quiet fading. And as the evening deepens once more, the rhythm remains unbroken, carrying everything forward in the same calm, steady pattern of bread, beer, grain, and the endless repetition of life along the Nile. The evening. A child leans against a wall, eyes half closed. Another lies on the ground, watching the sky above. The stars begin to fill the darkness once again. They appear slowly. One. Then another. Then many more. They do not change. They do not move in ways that can be seen. They simply return, as they always do. The Nile continues its quiet movement. Unseen, but always present. Its soft sound blends into the stillness of the night. A faint breeze moves through the reeds near the water. A soft rustling. Barely noticeable. Voices grow softer. Then fewer. Then fade. The village does not become empty. It becomes still. One by one, people rise from where they sit. Not together. Not all at once. Just gradually. They move inside their homes. Or settle into resting places near the entrances. There is no need for light. The darkness is familiar. Inside, bodies lie down. Close together. The ground beneath them firm, but known. Breathing slows. Movements quiet. The day releases its hold. Outside, the village rests completely. The paths are still. The homes are silent. The stars stretch across the sky in quiet patterns. The air is calm. Time moves forward, but it does not feel like movement. It feels like stillness continuing. And then, slowly, the night deepens fully. Everything settles. Everything rests. There are no tasks left. No meals to prepare. No work to finish. Only sleep. The cycle pauses here again. Not ending. Just resting. Because it will return. It always returns. The grain will be ground again. The dough will be shaped again. The bread will bake again. The beer will be poured again. The same food. The same rhythm. Morning will come. Softly. Gently. And the village will wake once more. Not to something new, but to something familiar. And as the night holds everything in its quiet, steady calm, the endless pattern of life continues beneath the surface, waiting only for the faint return of light to begin again. The night remains calm and unbroken, holding the village in a soft and steady stillness. There is no movement that calls attention to itself. No sound that rises above the quiet. Everything rests exactly as it did before, as if the world has gently paused, not in emptiness, but in peaceful continuation. The air is cool, but not cold. It moves slowly, if at all, touching the ground, the walls, the sleeping bodies within the homes. It carries no urgency, no change. Only a quiet presence. Inside, the rhythm of breathing continues. Slow. Even. Unnoticed. The walls hold the memory of the day's warmth. The ground beneath remains familiar, shaped by many nights of rest. Nothing here is new. Nothing needs to be. Outside, the Nile flows as it always does. Its movement is constant, unbroken. It does not pause for darkness. It does not change for the passing of hours. The reeds along its edge shift slightly. A soft sound, like a whisper. Then stillness again. Above, the sky stretches wide. The stars remain. Distant. Steady. Unchanging. Time passes without measure. There are no markers. No signals. Only the slow turning of night toward morning. And then, as always, the smallest shift begins. A faint light appears far along the horizon. Soft. Barely visible. The darkness begins to loosen. Not quickly. Not suddenly. Inside the village, the first quiet movements return. A body shifts. A breath deepens. The same woman wakes again. As she always does. Her eyes open slowly. The darkness has softened just enough to see the outline of the space around her. She remains still for a moment. Listening. The same silence. The same calm. Nothing has changed. She sits up. Slowly. Without effort. Her feet meet the ground. Cool. Familiar. She walks to the grinding stone. The place where each day begins. It waits. As it always has. The basket of grain is beside it. Covered. Protected. She uncovers it. Her hand moves inside. The grain feels the same. Dry. Rough. Steady. She places it onto the stone. And once again, the rhythm begins. Forward. Press. Back. Forward. Press. Back. The sound returns. Soft. Steady. It spreads through the village. One home. Then another. Then another. The morning begins through repetition. The sky brightens slowly. The light returns. The shapes of the village become clear again. The homes. The paths. The distant fields. Everything is ready. Everything is the same. Flour forms. Gathered carefully. Water is added. Dough takes shape. Outside, the ovens are prepared again. Small fires are lit. The heat builds slowly. Bread begins again. The smell rises. Warm. Earthy. Familiar. It moves through the village, touching each space. Inside, the family gathers. They sit. They wait. The bread is brought forward. Broken. Shared. The beer is poured. Thick. Cloudy. They eat. Slowly. Quietly. The same meal. The same rhythm. There is no change. No difference beyond the smallest details. And yet, it is enough. Outside, the sun rises again. The day opens. The fields wait. The work continues. The cycle moves forward once more. Grain becomes flour. Flour becomes bread. Bread becomes strength. Strength becomes work. Work becomes grain again. Endless. Steady. Unbroken. And as the village steps gently into another day, the rhythm continues without pause, carried forward by the same simple food, the same quiet labor, and the same calm, repeating pattern that has always defined life along the Nile. The morning settles over the land once again, quiet and unchanged. Light spreads slowly, touching the edges of the village, the narrow paths, the open ground, and the distant fields where the grain stands in long, patient rows. The air is soft, carrying the faint coolness that lingers just before the warmth of the day returns. Nothing feels different. Nothing feels new. And yet, everything begins again. Inside the homes, the familiar rhythm has already returned. The grinding stone moves once more. Forward. Press. Back. Forward. Press. Back. The sound is gentle. Almost part of the silence itself. Grain becomes flour again. The same grain, stored carefully, protected from loss. Each small piece handled with quiet care. Hands move with certainty. There is no pause. No need to think. The body remembers. The flour gathers. Water is added. The dough forms slowly, as it always does. Outside, the ovens are prepared. Small fires are lit with care. The flames are not large. They do not need to be. The heat builds slowly, patiently. The dough is shaped into flat pieces. Each one slightly different, but all the same in purpose. They are placed into the ovens. The warmth surrounds them, transforms them. And once again, the smell rises. Warm bread. Simple grain. Earthy and familiar. It moves through the village gently. A quiet presence that fills the air. Inside, the family gathers. They sit close together. Not arranged. Not formal. Just near one another. The bread is brought forward. Broken by hand. Shared. The beer is poured. Thick. Clouded. They eat slowly. Without urgency. Sometimes there is onion. Sometimes lentils. Sometimes nothing more than bread and beer. And still, it is enough. Outside, the sun rises higher. The warmth begins to return. The village begins to move outward again. Toward the fields. Toward the work. The same tools are lifted. The same paths are followed. In the fields, the grain waits. Standing quietly. Moving softly with the breeze. The workers step into their places. Their bodies already know the work. The sickle moves again. Cutting. Gathering. Repeating. The sound is soft. Dry. Steady. The morning continues without interruption. Back in the village, the quiet work never fully stops. Grinding continues. Preparing continues. A jar of beer is opened briefly. Checked. Covered again. A small pot rests near the fire. Lentils soften slowly inside. Nearby, a few dates remain in a basket. Not eaten yet. Saved. Everything is measured without numbers. Understood without counting. Time moves gently. The sun climbs higher. The air grows warmer. In the fields, the pace slows slightly. Not stopping. Only adjusting. The body moves with the heat. Midday approaches. In the village, the preparations come together again. Bread is ready. Lentils are soft. Perhaps something small is added. The people gather. As they always do. They sit. Close together. Bread is broken. Shared. Beer is poured. The meal is simple. Unchanged. They eat slowly. Without hurry. The moment passes gently. And then it fades. People finish. Set things aside. Rest briefly. Then rise again. The work returns. The afternoon stretches ahead. Long. Warm. Steady. And through it all, the same quiet rhythm continues. Grinding. Baking. Eating. Working. Nothing changes. Nothing needs to. Only the calm repetition of life carries forward, steady and unbroken, shaped by simple food, steady hands, and the endless, gentle cycle that defines each day along the Nile. The afternoon settles in once again, calm and unhurried. The sun rests high above, its warmth spread evenly across the land. It no longer feels like something rising or changing. It simply exists, steady and constant, touching the earth, the homes, and the quiet movements of the village. Everything slows, just a little. Not enough to stop. Only enough to soften. In the fields, the work continues in the same gentle rhythm. The man steps carefully between the rows of grain. His feet follow paths that have been walked many times before. The ground beneath him feels dry at the surface, but it holds life deeper down, hidden from sight. He bends. The sickle moves. A small group of stalks is cut. Gathered. placed aside. Then again. And again. There is no need to think about each motion. The body remembers. The rhythm guides everything. Around him, others move in the same way. Each person within their own small space. Each movement part of something larger. The sound of the grain brushing together fills the air. Soft. Dry. Steady. There is no rush. No urgency. Only the quiet continuation of work. Back in the village, the afternoon holds a different kind of movement. Slower. More contained. The shaded areas along the homes have grown wider now. People stay close to them, moving only when needed, resting when they can. Inside one home, the grinding stone continues. It does not stop. It simply slows and continues again. Forward. Press. Back. Forward. Press. Back. The flour forms in small amounts. Enough for later. Enough for what will come. Nearby, a small fire burns gently. The flames are low, controlled, never rising too high. A pot rests above it. Inside, lentils soften once again. The water moves slightly as the heat works its way through. There are no strong smells. Only a faint warmth. The process is quiet. Unnoticed. Next to the fire, a few pieces of fish are laid out. Some drying. Some already dried. They are not used all at once. They are saved. Carefully. Nothing here is taken lightly. Everything is kept with purpose. Children sit nearby. Their movements slower now. The heat of the day has softened their energy. They watch the quiet tasks around them. The grinding. The cooking. The slow preparation that never truly ends. One child traces a shape in the dust. Another leans quietly against the wall. No one rushes them. No one calls them away. Because this, too, is part of learning. Being present. Watching. Repeating. The afternoon continues. Time passes in a way that feels almost still. The light begins, very slowly, to change. Not enough to notice at first. Only enough to feel. In the fields, the workers begin to slow again. Not stopping. Only easing. The man straightens. His tool rests lightly in his hand. He looks across the field. The grain still moves gently. The land still feels the same. There is no end to the work. Only pauses. He gathers what remains. Small bundles. Tied loosely. Placed together. Others do the same. Each person completing their part. Then, one by one, they begin the walk back. The path is familiar. The ground dry beneath their feet. Dust rising and settling again. The air begins to shift. The warmth softens. A faint breeze returns. As they near the village, the signs of evening appear again. Thin smoke rising. The quiet preparation of ovens. Inside the homes, dough has already been formed. It waits. Simple. Unchanged. Hands shape it again. Flat rounds. Each one enough. The ovens are warm. Ready. The dough is placed inside. The heat works slowly. And the smell returns. Warm bread. Earth and grain. Familiar beyond thought. It spreads through the village, touching every space. Families begin to gather again. Not called. Not arranged. Just naturally. They sit close together. Quiet. Calm. The bread is brought forward. Broken. Shared. The beer is poured. Thick. Clouded. Steady. Lentils may be added. A small piece of fish, if available. But always, there is bread. They eat slowly. The sounds are soft. The light fades. The sky changes. Evening settles gently once more. And within that quiet moment, the day begins to close again, not with an ending, but with a soft return to stillness, carried by the same simple food, the same steady hands, and the same endless rhythm of life along the Nile. The evening The fires that once burned steadily now fade into soft embers. Their glow dims slowly, becoming part of the darkness. The smell of bread lingers in the air. It does not leave quickly. It settles gently into the night. A child shifts slightly, leaning against a parent. Another lies quietly, watching the sky above. The stars begin to appear again. One by one. Then many. They are the same stars. Always returning. Always present. The Nile moves quietly in the distance. Its sound is soft. Almost like a memory. The reeds along its edges rustle gently. Then become still again. Voices grow quieter. Then fade. The village does not empty. It settles. One by one, people rise. Not together. Not with purpose. Just gradually. They move into their homes. Or remain near the entrances, where the air is cool. There is no need for light. Darkness is familiar. Inside, bodies lie down. Close together. The ground beneath them firm, but known. Breathing slows. Movements soften. The day releases its hold. Outside, the village becomes still. The paths are empty. The homes are quiet. The stars fill the sky fully now. Endless. Silent. The air remains calm. Time passes, but it does not feel like passing. It feels like stillness continuing. And slowly, the night deepens. Everything settles fully. Everything rests. There are no more tasks. No more meals. No more work. Only sleep. The cycle pauses again. Not ending. Only resting. Because it will begin again. It always does. The grain will be ground. The dough will be shaped. The bread will bake. The beer will be poured. The same food. The same rhythm. Morning will return. Softly. Quietly. And the village will wake once more. Not to something new, but to something known. And as the night holds everything in its calm, steady stillness, the endless pattern of life continues beneath it, waiting gently for the faint return of light to begin again. The night remains still, holding the village in a quiet and steady calm. Nothing calls attention to itself. Nothing breaks the silence. The air rests lightly over the land, cool but gentle, touching the ground, the homes, and the resting bodies within them. It carries no urgency, no change. Only a soft presence that feels familiar. Inside the homes, sleep continues. Breathing is slow. Even. Unbroken. There are no sharp sounds. No sudden movements. Only the quiet rhythm of rest. Outside, the Nile flows as it always has. Its movement is constant. Its sound is soft. It does not pause for night. It does not change for darkness. The reeds near its edges shift slightly. A faint rustle. Then stillness again. Above, the sky stretches wide, filled with stars that seem endless. They remain in their places, unmoving to the eye. Time passes quietly, without measure, without interruption. And then, slowly, something begins to change. A faint light appears along the far edge of the sky. Soft. Barely visible. The darkness begins to loosen. Not quickly. Not all at once. Inside the village, the first signs of waking return. A small movement. A deeper breath. The same woman opens her eyes. As she has done before. As she will do again. She remains still for a moment. Listening. The same silence. The same calm. Nothing has changed. She rises slowly. Her feet meet the ground. Cool. Familiar. She walks toward the grinding stone. The place where each day begins. It waits. Silent. Unchanged. The basket of grain is beside it. Covered. Protected. She uncovers it. Her hand reaches inside. The grain feels the same. Dry. Rough. Steady. She places it onto the stone. And once again, the rhythm begins. Forward. Press. Back. Forward. Press. Back. The sound returns to the village. Soft. Steady. It spreads from one home to another. The morning begins through repetition. The sky brightens slowly. Light returns. The shapes of the village come into view. The homes. The paths. The distant fields. Everything is as it was. Everything begins again. Flour forms. Gathered carefully. Water is added. Dough takes shape. Outside, the ovens are prepared. Small fires are lit. The heat builds slowly. Bread begins again. The smell rises. Warm. Earthy. Familiar. It moves through the village, touching each space. Inside, the family gathers. They sit. They wait. The bread is brought forward. Broken. Shared. The beer is poured. Thick. Cloudy. They eat. Slowly. Quietly. The same meal. The same rhythm. No change. No variation. And still, it is enough. Outside, the sun rises higher. The day opens. The fields wait. The work continues. The cycle moves forward once more. Grain becomes flour. Flour becomes bread. Bread becomes strength. Strength becomes work. Work becomes grain again. Endless. Steady. Unbroken. And as the village steps into another day, the quiet rhythm continues without pause, carried gently by the same simple food, the same steady hands, and the same calm, repeating pattern that has always shaped life along the Nile. The morning settles once more across the land, quiet and steady. The light spreads slowly, touching the tops of the homes, the narrow paths between them, and the open ground that leads out toward the fields. It is the same light as always, gentle at first, then gradually growing stronger as the day continues. Nothing feels different. Nothing feels new. Only the quiet return of what has always been. Inside the village, the rhythm is already in motion. The grinding stone moves again. Forward. Press. Back. Forward. Press. Back. The sound is soft. Almost part of the air itself. Grain becomes flour once more. The same grain that was harvested, stored, and protected. Each piece handled with care. Hands move without hesitation. There is no pause. No need to think. The flour gathers. Water is added. The dough forms slowly. Outside, the ovens are prepared again. Small fires are lit. The flames are careful, controlled. The heat builds slowly. The dough is shaped into flat rounds, placed inside the ovens. The warmth surrounds them, transforms them, and once again the smell rises. Warm bread, simple grain, familiar. It moves through the village gently, a quiet presence that fills the space. Inside, the family gathers. They sit close together, without arrangement, without formality. The bread is brought forward, broken, shared. The beer is poured, thick, clouded. They eat slowly, without urgency. Sometimes there is onion, sometimes lentils, sometimes nothing more than bread and beer. And still, it is enough. Outside, the sun rises higher. The warmth begins to return. The village begins to move outward again, toward the fields, toward the work. The same tools are lifted. The same paths are followed. In the fields, the grain waits, standing quietly, moving gently with the breeze. The workers step into their places. Their bodies already understand the work. The sickle moves again, cutting, gathering, repeating. The sound is soft, dry, steady. The morning continues without interruption. Back in the village, the quiet work never fully stops. Grinding continues. Preparing continues. A jar of beer is checked, opened briefly, then covered again. A small pot rests near the fire. Lentils soften slowly inside. Nearby, a basket of dates sits in the shade, untouched, saved for another moment. Everything is measured without counting, understood without words. Time moves gently. The sun climbs higher. The air grows warmer. In the fields, the pace slows slightly. Not stopping, only adjusting. The body moves with the heat. Midday approaches. In the village, preparations come together again. Bread is ready. Lentils are soft. Perhaps something small is added. The people gather, as they always do. They sit close together. Bread is broken, shared. Beer is poured. The meal is simple, unchanged. They eat slowly, without hurry. The moment passes gently, and then it fades. People finish, set things aside, rest briefly, then rise again. The work returns. The afternoon stretches ahead. Long, warm, steady. And through it all, the same quiet rhythm continues. Grinding, baking, eating, working. Nothing changes. Nothing needs to. Only the calm, steady repetition of life continues, carried forward through simple food, steady hands, and the endless, gentle cycle that shapes each day along the Nile. The afternoon still. There is no need to speak. The work is enough. Back in the village, the afternoon has settled into a slower pace. The shaded areas grow longer, offering small places of comfort along the edges of the homes. People move within these spaces, their steps soft, their movements unhurried. Inside one home, the grinding stone continues. It always continues. Forward. Press. Back. Forward. Press. Back. The sound blends into the stillness. Almost unnoticed. Yet always present. The flour gathers slowly. Small amounts. Enough for later. Enough for what will come. Nearby, a small fire burns gently. The flames remain low. Carefully controlled. A pot rests above it. Inside, lentils soften once again. The water moves slightly with the heat. The smell is faint. Simple. There are no strong flavors. No heavy scents. Only the quiet presence of food being prepared. Beside the fire, a few pieces of fish are laid out. Some drying in the open air. Some already prepared. They are not eaten quickly. They are saved. Used carefully. Nothing here is wasted. Everything is valued. Children sit nearby. Their movements slower now. The heat has softened their energy. They watch. They listen. They remain close. One child traces lines in the dust with a finger. Another leans against the wall, eyes half closed. There is no rush. No demand. Because this, too, is part of the rhythm. The afternoon continues. Time passes in a quiet, steady way. The light begins to change again. Almost too slowly to notice. In the fields, the workers begin to feel it. A gentle shift. The man straightens his back. His tool rests at his side. The work is not finished. It never fully is. But it has reached its natural pause. He gathers the last small bundles. Ties them loosely. Places them together. Others do the same. Each person completing their part. Then, one by one, they begin the walk back. The path is familiar. Dry earth beneath their feet. Dust rising and settling again. The air begins to soften. The heat loosens. A light breeze returns. As they approach the village, small signs of evening appear again. A thin line of smoke rising. The quiet preparation of ovens. Inside the homes, dough has already been formed. Waiting. Hands shape it again. Flat rounds. Simple. The ovens are warm. Ready. The dough is placed inside. The heat works slowly. And the smell returns. Warm bread. Earth and grain. Familiar beyond thought. It spreads through the village, touching every space. Families begin to gather again. Naturally. Quietly. They sit close together. Calm. Still. The bread is brought forward. Broken. Shared. The beer is poured. Thick. Clouded. There may be lentils. There may be fish. But always, there is bread. They eat slowly. The sounds are soft. The light fades. The sky changes. Evening settles once more. And within that quiet moment, the day begins to close again, not with a clear ending, but with a gentle return to stillness, carried by the same simple food, the same steady hands, and the same endless rhythm of life along the Nile. The evening settles again, soft and unbroken. The last light of the sun fades slowly, slipping away without urgency, without resistance. The sky moves through its quiet colors, from pale gold to deeper tones, and then into the calm blue that leads gently into night. Nothing changes quickly. Everything eases into stillness. The village grows quiet. Not suddenly, but step by step. The warmth of the day begins to lift from the ground. It rises slowly, carried by a light breeze that moves gently through the narrow paths and between the homes. Inside, the air remains soft. The walls still hold a trace of warmth. The ground beneath feels steady, familiar. Families remain together for a while after the meal. Sitting close. Resting. There is no need to speak. No need to move. The quiet presence of one another is enough. Outside, the ovens begin to cool. The fires that once burned steadily now soften into glowing embers, then fade further into darkness. The smell of bread lingers. It does not disappear quickly. It settles into the evening itself. A child shifts slightly, leaning into a parent. Another lies back, eyes moving slowly across the sky. The stars begin to appear again. One at a time. Then many. They are always the same. Always returning. The Nile continues its quiet movement. It sounds soft. Steady. The reeds along its edges move gently. Then grow still again. Voices fade. Footsteps slow. The village does not empty. It settles. One by one, people begin to rise. Not together. Not all at once. They move inside their homes. Or rest near the entrance where the air feels cooler. There is no need for light. Darkness is familiar. Inside, bodies lie down. Close together. The ground beneath them firm, but known. Breathing slows. Movements soften. The day releases its hold. Outside, the village becomes still. The paths are empty. The homes are quiet. The stars fill the sky. Endless. Silent. The air remains calm. Time passes without being noticed. And slowly, the night deepens fully. Everything settles. Everything rests. There are no tasks left. No food to prepare. No work to continue. Only sleep. The cycle pauses here again. Not ending. Only resting. Because it will begin again. It always does. The grain will be ground. The dough will be shaped. The bread will bake. The beer will be poured. The same food. The same rhythm. Morning will return. Softly. Gently. And the village will wake once more. Not to something new, but to something known. And as the night holds everything in its calm, steady stillness, the endless pattern of life continues beneath it, waiting quietly for the faint return of light, when it will all begin again. The night continues, calm and unbroken. There is no movement that draws attention, no sound that rises above the soft stillness. Everything rests in place, as if the world itself has settled into a steady breath that does not need to change. The air is cool, but gentle. It moves slowly across the land, brushing lightly against the walls of the homes, slipping through small openings, touching the quiet forms of those who sleep. Inside, the rhythm of rest continues. Breathing is slow. Even. Uninterrupted. The ground beneath them holds the memory of the day's warmth. The walls feel familiar. Everything is as it has always been. Outside, the Nile moves without pause. Its flow is steady. Endless. It does not change with the night. It does not slow. The reeds along its edges shift softly. A faint rustling. Then stillness again. Above, the sky stretches wide, filled with stars that seem to have no end. They remain still to the eye. Quiet. Distant. Time passes, though it is not felt. There are no moments to mark it. No signals to notice. Only the slow turning of darkness. And then, as always, something small begins to change. A faint light appears far along the horizon. Soft. Barely visible. The night begins to loosen its hold. Not quickly. Not suddenly. Inside the village, the first quiet movements return. A shift. A breath. The same woman wakes once more. Her eyes open slowly. The darkness has softened. The outlines of the space around her begin to appear. She remains still for a moment. Listening. The same silence. The same calm. Nothing has changed. She rises. Slowly. Her feet meet the ground. Cool. Familiar. She walks toward the grinding stone. The place where each day begins. It waits. Unchanged. Silent. The basket of grain rests beside it. Covered. Protected. She uncovers it. Her hand moves inside. The grain feels the same. Dry. Rough. Steady. She places it onto the stone. And once again, the rhythm begins. Forward. Press. Back. Forward. Press. Back. The sound returns. Soft. Steady. It spreads slowly through the village. From one home to another. The morning begins again. The sky brightens. The light returns. The shapes of the village come into view. The homes. The paths. The distant fields. Everything is ready. Everything is the same. Flower forms. Gathered carefully. Water is added. Dough takes shape. Outside, the ovens are prepared again. Small fires are lit. The heat builds slowly. Bread begins again. The smell rises. Warm. Earthy. Familiar. It moves through the village, touching each space. Inside, the family gathers. They sit. They wait. The bread is brought forward. Broken. Shared. The beer is poured. Thick. Clouded. They eat. Slowly. Quietly. The same meal. The same rhythm. Nothing changes. Nothing needs to. Outside, the sun rises again. The day opens. The fields wait. The work continues. The cycle moves forward once more. Grain becomes flour. Flour becomes bread. Bread becomes strength. Strength becomes work. Work becomes grain again. Endless. Steady. Unbroken. And as the village steps into another day, the quiet rhythm carries on, unchanged, uninterrupted, and gently repeating, just as it always has along the calm, steady banks of the Nile. The day begins once more, just as it always has. But here, in this quiet return of morning light, there is nothing new to add. Only the same gentle patterns, repeating without end. The grinding stone turns. Bread is made. Water is poured. Work begins. Rest follows. Then night arrives again. And everything pauses, only to continue once more. In this long rhythm, nothing truly changes for those who live beside the Nile. Not in a sudden way. Not in a remembered way. Life simply moves forward through repetition, through simple food, through steady hands, through days that feel like one continuous breath stretching across time. Bread remains the center of each day. Not abundance, not variety, but enough. Always enough. And so the village continues, carried by grain, by water, by fire, and by the quiet certainty that tomorrow will resemble today, just as today once resembled yesterday. The river keeps flowing. The fields keep growing. The people keep working. And the rhythm does not break. It only fades forward, softly, endlessly, like a calm evening that never fully ends.